and welcome to Sebring for Round 7, the season finale of MTEC Super Endurance Cup, where we are getting set to bring you 8 hours of racing action here live on the Global SimRacing Channel. Hello everyone, I'm Samuel Ryman, and alongside me in the booth are Derek Watson and Craig Kinn. Behind the scenes is our director Robert O'Brien, and he is using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. 8 hours of endurance racing awaits us here at Sebring International Raceway, so the drivers are going to have to take care of themselves and their cars, and as always here at Sebring, respect the bumps.
Welcome to Sebring International Raceway. Home to the 12 Hours of Sebring, one of the most grueling tests in endurance racing, this is a track which has earned a fearsome reputation among drivers. The circuit itself is located on the southeastern edge of the city of Sebring, Florida, and was built out of Hendricks Army Airfield shortly after World War II. 3 layouts are currently in use, ranging from 1.7 to 3.7 miles in length. The longest course, which is perhaps the most well-known with it being the one used for the famed endurance race, shockingly still contains portions of the original airfield surface. It's this aspect which has become a signature feature of the track, making it extremely bumpy for racing. Sunset Bend in particular nearly shakes cars apart while they attempt to navigate the high-speed 180-degree corner. As you'd expect for the side of an airfield, there's nearly no elevation change over the course of a lap, but many of the curves are dramatically tall and unforgiving, daring drivers to glance them yet not hit them directly. Thankfully, places to pass are plentiful, including spots like the Hairpin and Cunningham. However, the many fast, sweeping turns creates a dilemma for car setup, since a vehicle that's made too stiff could wind up bottoming out on the onerous bumps. In the end, if you have the wherewithal to withstand the track's rough nature, you're likely to fare well. And since Florida fans almost always show up in huge numbers to witness this test of car and driver, you'll have plenty to impress at this legendary North American road course.
Wow, that's what Sebring looks like under the lights. You can tell it's bright and sunny here at the racetrack right now, which means hot track conditions and lots of sliding around, lots of bumps, lots for these drivers to deal with, Craig.
Yeah, welcome to Sebring. And of course, let's get it out the way first. Former World War II training base, but also part of the Sebring Regional Airport as well, hence why we have the bumps here. You can see right here, we are talking 17 corners overall, 3.7 miles, 5.95 kilometers. And it's not just Sunset and Turn 1 they have to worry about here. Down the Big Bend straight into the hairpin, going to be tough on braking for some of these cars, especially with the newer regulation LMP2s nowadays. And of course, Cunningham also, now a slower corner for a lot of these cars. Expect a little bit of chaos there. And multi-class traffic always has to worry about tower. I talked a lot about the LMP2s. What about those GTs? Those GTs have to make sure that they do not hit that dreaded understeering. Because if you hit that here, there's going to be a lot of corners that you will get pushed wide, and you do not need that in situations like Bishop, into John Bien. Le Mans as well, one of the tougher corners, and you get a break at the Ullman Straight for, again, another set of overtaking. It's going to be tough for all these drivers, not just because of the multi-class, but also, as we were talking about, those heat, those track conditions, and also really just a concentration for 8 hours.
Yeah, got 2 different classes racing out here today. The LMP2s you see in the background there as qualifying begins, as well as GT3. Track temp right now, 90 degrees. A very strong wind here, 15 miles an hour from the northeast. Let's have a look at our championship standings though, Derek, because it is the championship finale.
That's right. It is the finale, Samuel. So let's take a look at the LMP2 Pro standings. You got Blue 2 Black in the lead by a mere 3 points over Satellite Racing Red. Then in third place, you have Satellite Racing Blue, followed by BRT Odin in fourth, World of Sim Racing in fifth, and then Precision Racing Esports in sixth, Composite Performance number 13 and 7, and then Penguin RC Simulations, Apex Masters, and the Slot Car Their team. They round out your top 10. And let's move on here to LMP2 Pro Am standings, another Blue 2 team up front. And then 1 point behind is Koala Racing. And then they have another car, Koala Racing 079 and 074. They're pretty close together here, 1, 2, 3. then recycled NRG, then another Koala car, drivesvr.com, the 10 Top Motorsports in 7th, followed by Grizzly TFR Sunrise, PG-13 Car 2, and Satellite Racing Whites round out your top 10 for LMP2 Pro-Am.
Well, things are quite tight at the top in both LMP2 Pro and AM. Things a little bit more spread out in GT Craig, but still a few battles throughout the standings.
Yeah, well, let's look at the GT Pro straight away. Talk SimSport by Wagner Schweibtechnik. They're in the lead with 737, and Composite Performance, a number 91 car, just behind them. Those are the two teams that can win the championship still. World of Sim Racing there, just 183 points behind. They will not be able to gain the championship, but they can still have a battle for the rest of the podium. Same there with Century Sim Esports and Tim Top Motorsports. And also keep a look out there for BRT4 there in P6. And of course, the rest of the cars, there are 10 teams in this title. You are seeing all 10 of them there on the board. And for the GT Pro-Ams, there's only one car we need to talk about here. It is Twin Term Sim Racing. Congratulations, they have all but sealed up the championship. They're 1 point to the good. 2 wins, 4 podiums, 2 fastest laps, and 1 pole position. They have the championship sealed up. But again, the rest of the podium positions still in everybody's hands. Composite Performance there on 166. They are 515 overall. Satellite GT3 Am on 497. Go Win Racing 495. Talk SimSport 475. M Plower Eisenblut on 465, and Precision Racing on 439 as well. And you can just see it is still close. So while the championship is decided, the rest of the positions are all to play for in the very hotly contested GT Pro Am. We're just going to see the Enduro Cup standings right now.
Yes, that's how things are looking in the Enduro Cup for LMP2. A little bit more spread out there. It looks like Safelight Racing Red have got that locked down. The Safelight Racing Red car, by the way, is that number 64 LMP2 that you see going around in the background in qualifying. Currently, Alex Gow behind the wheel. And I'm assuming this means we have GT Enduro Cup standings as well. And here, oh no, we got LMP2 Pro-Am Enduro Cup standings. So this is, what this is from the 4 races in MTEC this season that have been a little bit lengthier than that average race length. This, of course, is one of those races here, an 8-hour race at Sebring. So just another championship to play for, but you can see the points are a bit more spread out than they are in the actual season-long championship. Koala Thai Control Racing, the 079 machine, having the edge in Pro-Am. And then we'll go over to the GT Pro and GT Pro Am. This one's a bit more tighter here. The Composite Performance 91 machine, just 5 points over Talk SimSport by Wagner. So that one's still to be decided over in the GT Pro, although there only are a few GT Pro cars here today. Most of the GT cars are GT Pro Am. And you can see Twin Turn Sim Racing not only dominating the Pro-Am Championship over the whole course of the season, but also the Enduro Cup as well. Now, the way you can tell the easiest way to tell the Pro from the Am drivers out here today is the numbers. If you see a car with an LMP2 car with a traditional number, such as this one here, the number 14, that means it is LMP2 Pro. If it has a 0 in front of it, like the 024 car, that means it is LMP2 Am. Over on the GT side, if a car is a 100, it is GT Pro, like this 191 that we're riding on board right now. Oh, and there's only 3 of those out here, I think. And then if it has a 200 number, and there's several of these out there, that means it is a GT Am. Well, the 67 is yet to put on laps, so that's who I'm keeping my eyes on right now, because Adam State has been taking a couple of laps to get his tyres warmed up, and the 67 LMP2 car was the fastest in practice. He's actually coming across the line. So let's see, Adam State puts on a 147.6, so not only enough for 6th fastest right now.
Well, Samuel, I was going to say, I think an interesting battle to watch in qualifying is that 074 for Koala, and then the Blue Chew Blue with 024. Remember, these guys are 1 point apart in the standings coming into today, and there are qualifying points. The lead and the points can literally change before the green flag falls in this event.
Yeah, it could, and you can see the 024's off the pace right now, getting these tyres warmed up, going on down the Ullman Straight through Sunset. Got enough time for another lap or two here. Christopher coming out of a final turn, and will ride on board as he goes down the front straight here. I hope he didn't brush the wall there, because that would definitely
that was
affect his
really
time.
close.
Very close. One thing to point out here as we're looking at these drivers, it is 4 laps of quali. So you can start to see that they were looking at just taking a little bit of a time to heat those tyres up, keep them straight as they come into turn 2. Don't want to clip a lot of that curb here on board with Christopher. Comes around turn 3, down into the big bend. Get it right, you get a very good launch down here, and all of a sudden, here comes a critical braking point. On cold tyres, you're going to see some lock-ups here. If you do not get it, there's a little bump just there, and then all of a sudden, get it right, don't hug it, don't get it off track there, and don't catch your wheels as you come through the hairpin. First part of the track has been navigated very well by Christopher. Now comes the technical section.
Down into Cunningham, this is where you're saying they have to go a bit slower than before. By the way, we will take a shot at pronouncing his last name. It's Schmeller, Christopher Schmeller, behind the wheel of his 024 LMP2 AM Blue Chew Blue machine. He's hitting all his marks so far, but you can be hitting all your marks and still be off a pace a bit. We'll find out in a minute here if he is able to pick it up from his 3rd place currently on the grid, and that is 3rd place. You can see the timing on the left hand side of your screen. That's 3rd place combined overall in LMP2. He's aborted this lap. He is actually the fastest LMP2 AM car out there.
Yeah, if we can maybe move to the 074. That's the team that's competing with them for that spot. I mean, currently they are, math is hard, 1.5 seconds almost behind qualifying time, but they might be getting those tires warmed up, as Craig was hinting to. Let's watch along here.
We'll keep you updated on the GT side of things as well. The 191 Composite Performance car currently leading qualifying over there with a 159.3, a few tenths over its closest competitor, and the 2nd fastest GT car is actually from the AM class. That's the twin-turn sim racing that has been dominating the GT AM Championship. Well, here comes the 074 across the line. Let's see how high they can jump.
It's a 48.441. It only puts them 12th overall as the time just winds down. Shelley will be the last car, but he will not be able to get a lap. Just a quick note on the GT Pros. 3 GT Pros out there today. Every team but Composite had a qualifying ban. So Composite Performance, by default, claimed the pole position for the GT Pro.
So here is your starting grid, starting with the LMP2s. It is Alex Gow, who qualified fastest in Satellite Racing Red, the number 64 machine, and Blue True Black will be starting 2nd. More Blue True there on row number 2, followed by the Apex Missers, starting from 4th. Recycled NRG is down in 5th, ahead of Composite Performance. Satellite Racing Blue starts 7th, ahead of BRT Odin, and then the Koala Tie Control Racing cars round out row number 5. Derek.
All right, let's move back to row number 6. You see a BRT Loki there with Eric Mickey in 11th. The Koala Tie Control Racing again there with Tristan in 12th. And then Precision Racing Esports Blue, Darian Roy rounds out here in 13th in row 7.
Yeah, as we get to the GTs, we've got the Composite Performance 91 taking pole position overall, and then you've got the Twin Term Sim Racing taking pole position for the GT AMs. And Composite Performance number 12 would take P3 on the grid, and Satellite Racing GT3 AM will take P4. Scarlett DeMarco drives the M-Plow car in 5th position, and Elias Roman will take the BRT Heimdall in 6th position, and then Bradley Holly in the Precision Racing Esports Black in 7th, and Nicholas Go-In with the Go-In Racing Ruby in 8th. They're not recommended motorsport, they are recommended 9th overall, and CMRacing.com Endurance will take 10th for the first row of the GTs. And just very quickly with the rest of them, there you see you have on the 255 on row 6 there, and the 107, that's a quality by the way, 255. Then the Torque Sim Sport by Ragnar Technic in the 107 did not set a qualifying, neither did the Total Sim Sport by D8 shirts D.DE, the Century Sim Esports, the Torque Sim Sport by Pugner, and the Quality Racing 261 all did not set a qualifying time.
The field is rolling, a very quick pace lap down to the green flag here. We're on the bumper view of a pace car. Now we're on a bumper view of a pole sitter, the number 64, Alex Gull, behind the wheel as the green flag is about to drop here at Sebring for 8 hours of racing action. Coming at you live on GSRC. The green flag drops and away they go. Already fan announced 3 and 4 wide at the back of the LMP2 field as they head on down to the first turn. But it's the 64 in the lead. Are they all going to get through there cleanly? Kind of tight in the middle of the field. Let's go back to the GT3s, Craig.
The GT3s are just about to start their time. They're on their own formation lap and they're going to be waiting to go. And off goes Ross Booth. He's going to take them away. The Composite Performance will lead this off. A 223 is going to be right behind. They're going to keep this in single file. A little bit of side by side at the back of the field. Look at some of these faster cars to try and get up ahead. And almost a little bit of chaos with a couple of Ferraris in the backfield, but it's all quiet on the western front at the start of the GT battle.
We've got 13 LMP2 cars and 15 GT3s, and it looks like a fairly clean start in both classes, Derek, which is what we were hoping for an 8-hour race.
Yeah, you are. You know, it's funny you said there were, that many LMP2s. Based on how wide they were fanned out in the start, it looked like there were like 100 of them there for a second, Samuel. It was, oh my gosh, like, as you said, 3 and 4 wide down into turn 1, but they've got it lined up now, as do the GT3s, as we see here on the screen. So Ross Booth still pacing the field around here under green and leading the field, I should say, doing a nice job there.
Little bit of action further back in the GT3 field here, and Nicholas Go-Win for the Go-Win Racing Ruby machine, the number 208. He was running side by side, but they get single filed out as they work their way through the twistier part of the course. There'll be plenty of passing opportunities right here, as we're seeing going down the Ullman Straight into Sunset. This is definitely a passing opportunity, and I apologise for all the fans cringing. As I was saying, Koala T very slowly. I finally get it now. Uh-oh, we got someone coming in the pits. Who's that?
Yeah, it's Edward Shelley, the 019. They've got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. I believe that was a incident from a previous race, so they will have to take a drive-through to start this race. Not what they want to see, but they do have a chance to get that back. There is a drive-through. It's not a stop-go. So while they may have to go through the rest of the GT field, they don't have to worry too much because there might be a safety car there. There's Darian Royoff.
It's got some connection issues as well. I wonder if that may have contributed to it. Sometimes if you're suffering with connection issues and your car disappears, the competitors around can't see you. Is that what happened here, or did he just get punted from the back? Oh, no, I think that might have been exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's hard as a driver to see, and even as anyone helping manage a team when that's ahead of you, because you're just so frustrated and you feel bad if you do make contact, but of course, you feel like there's nothing you can do about it. That's just hard to see sometimes.
We do have cautions for this race. We will have a few of them. We don't know how many, and we don't know when. The organisers do, and they're holding on to that information tight, just like they own the Coca-Cola secret recipe.
Yeah, the only thing we do know is there will be some. I guess in the Fuji race there were 0. It was made very well known today that there will be some in this race, unlike Fuji.
One of those things where it's done on a set incident number. Now they know how many incidents are happening. Once that number hits, once this golden number hits, it becomes enabled, and that is one of the things we've got to see. Look at the flames on the back of that McLaren right there. I just wanted to talk about that 107. Simon Gaff, the Torque Sim Sport by Wagner. They are making moves up the rest of the field. Since the start of this race, remember, we're only halfway through the second lap. They've made up 5 positions, which is basically half the GT field at the moment, and they're continuing to make more. And I find that really weird in a McLaren, because this thing isn't the most popular choice of cars for some drivers, but for Torque Sim Sport, they're really making it work.
Well, you know, Craig, I'm not really surprised to see someone making a move in the GT field. Remember, there were all these qualifying bans. I thought in my head when we were talking about, man, someone's going to be in the back of that field, and it's going to really jump out of this GT field. So I've been waiting to see who was going to be the big mover of the GT cars.
It is very surprising, though, how it's that many positions so early. I mean, usually when you get in an official race, you know yourself, the chaos of the first lap always happens. But it was a pretty clean start to the race, and there they go. It made another position, and it's just very clean. And I don't think a lot of people want to be engaging in moves like that at the moment, because with 7 hours and 55 minutes left in the race, you kind of just want to be patient. So if they are going to go up ahead, especially with most of this field being an AM field, they're not battling the pro drivers. They have no reason to be engaging right now. So as we stay on with Simon Graf, just continue on. You can see, to me, it feels like they're later on the brakes, which, how's that going to work for tires? Because they're looking at doing 22 to almost 23 laps here. I don't think Simon will get 23 laps out of this, but even still, an hour in these temperatures, 37 Celsius, 98 Fahrenheit, that's really going to be quite tough on the tires at the end of that stint.
Well, you know, maybe the strategy here, Craig, is to be aggressive now, because, I mean, temps are still going to raise. I mean, you mentioned what they are right now. They're going to get higher before they get lower. So maybe you're aggressive now and you make up these spots. You know, maybe you have that confidence in knowing this is where you want to be. It's not my preferred strategy as a team owner, but hey, if it's working for them, then go for it. I mean, like I said, the most surprising part we agree on is the McLaren. Typically that's some of the most popular cars, but they're doing a great job. And look at those flames. That's so beautiful.
And it's not going to get dark here during this race. So it's 11 a.m. In the iRacing time, and sunset in Florida this time of year isn't until about 8 p.m. So these guys are going to have to deal with these sunny conditions all day. There's a car in the pits back there.
That was the quality car they towed. Now what has happened to them? They've just gone on the jack, so that must have meant that they've just done a tow. So not sure what happened to them there, but they do get a fast repair, I believe. Let's just have a quick look at the replay. If we do have it coming down, this is coming out into Le Mans. Or have they clipped the gravel? No, that's Jean-Bien. Now they're coming into Le Mans. Apologies. Have they clipped the gravel at Le Mans? No. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's hardware failure.
That's got to be hardware failure or something. Oh, hold on, Walt.
The only good news about that they've got them rolling again is that it happened on the Ulman Straight, so that would have been a short tow.
Have a look quickly here. You'll see the wheel. If that car just... Ooh.
It doesn't...
I don't think that was hardware failure.
No, because typically hardware failure, your wheel snaps one way or the other, right? Like typically, I think we all think it's to the left. I don't think it always is left, but yeah, I don't know what that was.
Screen freeze or lapse of concentration?
I'm going to go more for the first than the second, but yeah, either one's a good possibility. Well, here we are riding on board here with the LMP2s now, and seeing just how tight this racing can be. The LMP2s have pretty much single filed this out and have a good amounts of gaps in certain parts of this race here.
Yeah,
for 8th and 9th.
What?
It's nice to see that the 255 was able to get going again. I mean, we have had a couple minor incidents here at the start, but everyone's still running, and as a result, we've got some nice little battles, like this one we're watching on LMP2 right now.
Yeah, this is the battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th here happening on your screen in the LMP2 field. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th overall. That's probably what we'll be calling most today, is compared to the individual class battles are a little harder to call sometimes. But looking, they're all going to come through here through sunset. You know what I love most about this camera shot, Sam, is look how bumpy it is. Our cameras are doing a great job of showing that. I think sometimes people see this track and they think it was just a flat track compared to other tracks like a Daytona or a Sonoma or a Watkins Glen even. But even though it looks flat, look how bumpy that ride is.
Yeah, I mean, that's Florida for you. We don't have a whole lot of hills around here, but the sun gives the track a little bit of character for us. I kind of like living around here, though, because it means if I go out for a run, I don't have to deal with those stupid hills.
No, I'm sorry. I'm a lover of the hills because I come from the hills. That is one thing I do like about a racetrack is the character. But the character of this place is it's an airfield. It's a former airfield. Have another drink, everybody. It's one of those tracks that just, as much as I'm not a huge fan of the flat track, it's got the character, and it is just such a test for these drivers that you can see, especially in the real world. These cars were not surviving very well on those bumps, and even with the changes, the updated Sebring that iRacing got last season, just allowing you to be able to push a bit more on the exit sunset, it does give that risk reward, because if you push too hard, you can still spin the car because hitting a bump. There's almost one or two perfected lines now, despite it's a corner of 1,000 different lines.
We talked earlier about the weather conditions here, and as you mentioned, the track temp has been going up. It's now about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, as you can see there on your screen. But that wind is also a concern. 12 miles an hour is a fairly strong wind here on iRacing, and it's coming from the northeast. And the northeast corner on the circuit is Tower. So that's actually going to be a little bit of a nice headwind to help you get into turn one, but it's also going to be a bit of a tailwind down the Ullman Straight, giving you a little bit more speed heading down into Sunset.
You know, and the varying weather conditions, the varying weather conditions and the slight rule changes that MTEC has compared to the iRacing official series means that doing the 12 hours of Sebring and iRacing can be good practice for the MTEC finale. But Craig, you did the 12 hours of Sebring last weekend. Talk to me about the differences in the races. Do you think that 12-hour race is good practice for this, or is it so different that not really?
It's the same thing when you go to official racing and league racing, in my feeling. You can get the practice you want, but you're also competing, so you don't look at it as a practice. And then when you come to a league, you're going to expect maybe the conditions are better and the standards are better, but then you've also got the fact that you've got eyes on everywhere, and it's a lower count as well in terms of the drivers. Especially in a league, technically everyone should know everyone. So it's one of those standards where this should in theory be better. So you want to still aim for a good result at the Sebring 12, the official iRacing, but if your eyes are on the prize for this championship, you've got to take that as a bit of a learning experience. What can we do better? I do know some of the N-Power guys. I do drive with a couple of them every now and then. They actually had 2 cracks at the Sebring 12. They had to abort their first one. They took part in the final split because it wasn't practice for them. They wanted to do well. They won their split. And that's the dedication. Are they going to be able to do that today? It's tougher conditions in terms of the skill gap now for them. But they have a really good grasp of what to expect. And also, one thing we're not talking here is balance the performance, because it's going to be different in this race than it was for the iRacing official event.
Derek, I'm watching the battle for second in LMP2. I don't know how much of a battle it is because it's the Blue True teammates. But at some point, the leader's getting away from these guys, and granted they're having to work their way through GT traffic right now, but at some point does a pro driver concede to the AM driver with team tactics here? Is Schmeller potentially faster?
Let me put a different thought in your head, Samuel, which is what was in my head. You notice it's the Blue 2 Blue who is pulling the draft from behind the Blue 2 Black. They're in that tight points battle in the LMP2 AM. Are we looking at fuel saving this early? Like, I know that sounds kind of crazy, but like, maybe? I don't know, but that was in my head. Go ahead.
I was going to something else. Look behind them. Look behind them. There's the number 9 of Apex Misfits, and there's the 67 of Satellite Racing Blue. So, if I'm not thinking, hey, Christopher, go ahead of me, if I'm Nate and if I'm the black team, I'm saying, Christopher, please, just do whatever you do. Get held up by that GT at tower. Just block. Just hold off the 9 and 67. We need to pull ahead of them. And because the traffic, it worked. But at the same time, if I'm that's a risky move going wide around for Smeller. That may not work. But as I was saying, if I'm the guys in the blue to black, this is what I want. You've got a teammate there that doesn't slow them down deliberately, but is still there to basically just be that buffer.
Oh! Down the inside, a risky move there by the 67, but he pulls it off. The 9's going to cross him over on the exit here. Frank Smith, he has the inside line going into the next left-hand end. GT traffic in front of him. The 9 pulls ahead, but the battle is on 15 minutes into the race.
You know, I think that's part of what Craig talked about a few minutes ago about the difference.
3 wide.
Yeah, about the difference in league racing and official racing.
Oh, no! Adam hit the grass! And Adam hit the grass there! They were trying to go. I think there was a lot of room there. Let's just watch it quickly. I think he just wasn't aware of his scenario. Look at the space he's got. Loads of space. You could
he just barely.
2 of me there. Yeah.
He gets very lucky here. He gets very lucky because if he'd gone nose into the wall, that would be day done. But I think he might have got away with that one.
No, he's got the meatball flag. They do have a fast repair, but again, 15 minutes into an 8-hour race.
I don't think I do. I don't think I do have a fast repair.
I shall check. I'm pretty sure they. I will do some investigation work there.
So, wow. I was going to say before that happened that the difference in league racing, the pass they made down the front straight, Samuel, that's respect from both teams. I would never want to see a teammate pull that pass in official racing with people I don't know, but that was a tight pass. That might be a moment of the race only, 15 minutes into this race.
Whoever 67 has a meatball will assume that he'll be coming into the pits this time around.
I think the other obligatory thing we're required to do in commentary, Samuel, is we're required to talk about multi-class traffic. We're starting to see the effects of it. That LMP2 field is starting to bunch back up a little bit as they're getting around these GT3s.
And just a correction of myself, I was incorrect. I'm used to other major series events. There is no fast repair. So unfortunately, up goes Adam on the jacks, and if that's a meatball, that's suspension damage. I'm going to predict 6 minutes required and about 5 optional. Would you go about that, Derek? You and I know about LMP2 damage. Would you say?
Man, it's so hard to guess on an LMP2 damage. You know that, Craig. I was thinking about 8 was what was in my head, but yeah, somewhere around that area. Like, it's so hard to say with LMP2 damage. I mean, sometimes you just don't know. You've been there before. You think it's a bad. It's like, oh, that's 20 seconds. You're like, okay. And you're like, oh, that's 20 minutes. You're like, oh, okay. So like, I don't know how to guess that. I think your numbers aren't that far off though.
Saw a couple of other GT cars in the back of a picture there. The number 105 Century Sim Esports car is in the pits for damage, as well as the number 290 Torque Sim Sport, and both of those cars are already a few laps down, so have been a couple of incidents here in the early laps off camera. Again though, still early days. We know we're going to get a few more cautions, and that the way the first 20 minutes have gone, just because you're in an incident doesn't necessarily mean you're out of a race if you can recover from it.
That's true. We're watching.
It's going to be tough. I was going to say it's going to be tough for. Sorry to interrupt. I was going to say it's going to be tough for Satellite Racing Blue though, because remember they were tied for 3rd in the championship. That may be their championship over.
It may be, as we're watching Franco Margarelli here in the 12, but it may be, but now you got to remember, like, part of endurance racing is the endurance. It's enduring what happens and knowing that someone else will have the same problems you did. You just got to stick with it, get your repairs done. Hope these yellows can give you a couple laps back. It won't give them all their laps back. They'll probably be, 6-7 laps down, I'm guessing, before they're out of there. But you know what? We do these, and it's bad karma. To root for bad to happen to other teams, but that's all they can do now is hope that they can find a way to catch some people in the point standings.
The number 290 BMW, the Torque Sim Sport car that we just mentioned being in the pits, has returned to the track a few laps down, but that BMW is looking pretty, so hopefully the cautions will fall to their favour and they'll get back in competition by the end of this.
So, per the rules of MTEC...
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Craig.
I was going to say, that's what you want to see, though. You want to just keep going, because at the end of the day, you get points at the halfway stage, you get points to the end of it, and like you were saying, Derek, you don't know what's going to happen. So, they're 3 laps down. They could get some of those laps back, and they could
sure.
still, like last weekend, we had a crash, and we were like, okay, fine, where are we? Right, okay, top 5 still on the cards. Where did we finish? 6th, and we were laps down, so it's still doable.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, per the rules of MTEC, just so everybody watching knows in case you don't. By the way, new fastest lap there set in that 64 machine. Cautions are not turned on at the minimum for another 9 minutes and 40 seconds. And there will be no cautions in the last 30 minutes of this race. So basically, there's 7 hours of this race where yellows can occur. So I just wonder how much that looms in a driver's head or in a team manager's head, to wonder when that first caution happened and how do you plan for it? Do you do driver swaps earlier? That's got to be something that messes with your head a little bit. That's something, of course, we don't see in official racing. And I love the thrill of that idea of the randomness. That makes it so much more fun in a way.
So how would you do it? I'm curious from your perspective.
On the spot. There
how
you
would
go.
You do it? Yeah, on the spot, because this is not one like in other series. Oh no, there's a car off. There's a no-tow rule in the series. You have to call a safety car so they can tow. You know when that's going to happen. But if you have to, guess from, a random number generator predicting the number for the incident level, do you even try a method like that? As we see,
No, there's a
no
car
track
off.
there.
There's a car off. No caution though.
Yeah.
No, I
What was
don't.
that? 255. This was one of the quality cars that ran in. Remember, this is a car. Oh, sorry. No, yeah, it is a 255. That's a custom stick on the side there. Had this issue going down the Ullman Straight earlier. Had some more issues there, so not a great start to the race for this machine here.
Let's see what's going to happen on the replay here. We're going to watch this beautiful car come around. Hit the curbs are going to be okay.
Yeah,
Never really
one,
got it out of that corner there, did they? Oh.
that one's a bit more excusable than the first one.
Almost looks like just tapping the curb a little bit just upset the car. Just gave it a little bit of an issue there. You start to see it looked like a really good corner there, but yeah, there you go. A little bit of raise. There's the bump. There it is. The car's already sliding. And if that wheel's gone over the curb and coming back down, yeah, at first I thought they just rode the curb there, but no, it was just a little ride there and just caught them off guard.
So to go back to the conversation real quick, Craig, the answer to your question was how would I account for the randomized cautions with this random number generator? The answer is I wouldn't. You can't. That'll drive you crazy trying to figure it out. The only part you can do is worry about what you can control, which is what do you do when that caution comes out, and then do I put a new driver in? Do I stay out? What do I do? Those are things you can control. If you stress out, worry about the things you can't control, you'll have a very long day here at Sebring.
Talking about long days, the number 67, the Satellite Racing Blue machine, who's running third in the championship entering this race, is back out on course after pancaking the wall in Big Bend early on. If you look at the front of the machine, I think it's still got a couple of dents out there, but they are back out on track and they look to be up to speed. So again, another car kind of hoping that those random cautions fall into their favour.
I think we're right, Derek. I'm just doing the maths. They're officially 4 laps down. They've not taken all the optionals. So, yeah, our guess of about 6 to 8 minutes, I think we can pat ourselves on the back there. That's quite a good estimate.
I have a box time of them of 5 minutes and 45 seconds there, according to timing and scoring. So that's a pretty good job there, Craig.
Yeah, we can pat ourselves on the back for that. We can both take credit for that with our
It's almost
experience,
like we know what we're doing.
But this is something we also did ourselves last weekend, where we took the required and discovered, well, we're only down a couple kilometers on the optionals, and a lot of teams were doing that in the race, because one of the things since last season with the changes to pit stops, if the car goes on the jacks for tires, there's no repair time. If the car's not on the jacks, the repair time is basically almost 100% speed. So you can't do it at a track like this unless it's really cold temperatures. But at the likes of a Daytona, where you could get away with double stinting tires, you could easily just go as, wow, that 67 is struggling out there. You could go, hey, let's just not take tires and let's just spend the whole 30 seconds in the pit lane doing a whole 30 seconds of optional repairs. Or as if you just take tires, you only get about 10, 12, 15 seconds of optionals at a time.
Well, and we'll move on from the conversation after this and let Samuel dictate here. But I think the other thing to talk about here, you don't take the optionals here, Craig, and now you're hoping that random number generator hits pretty soon, and then you take all those optionals under yellow.
Yes, I would. And I agree. I would definitely do that. I think you've got to. Yes, you would love to get that lap back. I think you're going to have to. Either you chip away, and I think that's what they may be doing, or you do hope for that RNG to kick in. And to be fair, the amount of times people would clip the wall at turn 1, the amount of times people would just go off at the exit, the hairpin, or Jean-Bien or Le Mans. Yeah, I think we are going to definitely see a safety car this week.
Well, what we're watching right here is a battle for 8th and 9th in LMP2 and overall between the quality teammates. I am partial to the 063 in front there. Again, they say 63 and 74 on the side, but when we pull up a timing and scoring, you'll see 063 and 074, identifying that they are racing in the AM class for LMP2. I'm partial for the 63. That's the number I usually race with. Thought it was going to be a good year for the 63. George Russell in Formula One. If you follow Supercross, the motocross racing championship in the United States, Max Anstey has been doing well with the 63. And then MotoGP started back up. And I'm like, oh, Bagnaia, he races the 63. Going to be a good year. Of course, he doesn't this year because he's a defending champion. So he has a number 1. So our 63 club loses a member there.
I must admit, I'm more favourable to 79, but that's only just due to the fact that I've got quite a bit of racing history with some of those drivers in that car, and they're currently the lead of the qualities, but second overall in the Pro-Am LMP2 field. But also at the same time, that would allow them to leapfrog over their teammates in the 74. Not saying there's going to be a lot of strife in the team if one of them loses out on P2 and the other one gets P3, because at the end of the day they would want both of those cars, the 74 and the 79, in the championship podium. So you've got to hope that they know what they're doing by just being a little bit more controlled out there, and I don't expect them to be doing a lot of fighting.
As I go by pit road, you see pit road is nice and spotless. Ooh, runoff areas there not nice and spotless. A bunch of dust kicked up there. But we did have that 105 Ferrari in the pits not too long ago and has gone 7 laps down overall now. But they are back out there on course. And again, for probably still racing in a podium position for the GT Pro class, because there's only 3 of them out there, but multiple laps behind their 2 competitors.
I want to do a quick shout out as well. If we go back to the GT class for a second, and at 191, the composite performance 91 or 191. Currently, Ross Booth here in the vehicle. We've talked a lot about Sebring last week, and Ross won with his team with the 12 hours of Sebring. Ross Booth and then teammates Robert Cast and Young Park were actually victorious last weekend, so they must be feeling good, leading so far. And then winning last week, and that's a good 7-day span though for you, Craig.
Yeah, like I said, so we've got the M-Plower who picked up their own victory. You've got Composite Performers as well with their own victory, and they are sitting pretty comfortable out there. This is the type of the race now where, hey, you're leading. You've got a big lead, because let's be brutally honest, after 30 minutes, a 4-second lead in an endurance race is big. You don't look at it as big, until at the later stage of the race. Now it's just a time for them to just sit back and relax. They don't have to wait for any lap traffic to multi-class traffic to get by them. So all of a sudden, they're just now in the driver's seat where they can just tell themselves, let's just be calm, cool, collective. It's not the time to start being too relaxed on the comms. You still want to be focused in. You don't want to make somebody lose concentration. We've seen what's happened to a couple of teams already with a lapse of concentration. So at this moment, they've got to be using what they did last weekend to their advantage. But at the same time, they know that with, again, 7.5 hours left to go, and with 9 seconds left, I do believe that the safety car period could be any time now for the next 7 hours.
As of this point right there, when this clock hit 7:30:00, the window has opened.
So it's safe to say that 7 hours of commercial... No, hang on, no, that's the wrong thing. 7 hours of safety car possibilities starts now.
And there was a change for position there between their quality teammates. It looked like the 74 was now in front of the 63. Now up a bit further on the road, a couple other LMP2 cars. We're watching Kurt Krum in the BRT Odin number 88 machine. Now, of course, they're looking handy to move up in the points because they came into this race, I believe, tied on points with the 67 that ran into those early issues. Riding on board, getting a driver's perspective. But by the way, I was just driving this LMP2 car around with this triple monitor setup I have set up, thinking, oh, this will be great. I'll be able to see in my side mirrors around this car. You really don't have side mirrors. You don't have a great view in this car of everything going on around you.
No, not really. As a fellow triple monitor racer, I'll come here and say, no, not really. You think you do, and you do. For those passes, like through turn 1 here or through Sunset, you can kind of get a sense of who's next to you. But some of the big, bold, bars or frames inside the car do limit that view, even with triple monitors in iRacing.
I am going to be the ultra-wide personality
You're one of
here,
those
so
people.
we have a little bit of non-bias here. But I did have triples before, and one thing I missed with the triples is I was actually able to get both mirrors visible, which I actually found was a hindrance, and I've only got one mirror just visible. But I actually not have much of an issue when it comes to looking. I find it okay because providing you get everything set up right, you're just able to see what you want to see. And on this track, it's the only thing that does catch me out are those late apex turns, like turn 2. I think they would catch anybody out just because of, again, where you've got the pillars at the front of the car there. It's just tough just to see the
leader's crashed! The 64 has hit the wall! He has 360'd, and the front wheels are pointing in the wrong direction, holding down a 5-second lead, and they're not going to be able to get back to the pits.
Let's have a quick look here. It looks like they just lost it. I would not be surprised if that's a case of them clipping the curb that we were talking about. They're coming around here, down to Ultimate. Here they go. They're going to clip the curb. Yep, they've rode the curb. Straight away, I can tell they're going to ride that other curb, and there you go, they bottomed out. And that is something, Derek, you know yourself, in racing this car, with how low the car is, you just want to avoid that.
You do want to avoid that. I will say, by the way, they were informed by race control to tow the car. That's what's going to happen here in a second on your screen. They were told they were estimated they were not going to make it back to pit road. So they were just told to stop and tow that car to not be, wow, look at that wheel. That's not how this supposed to be pointed.
And that's not a 4-lap repair.
No. That's probably more, I'm going to guess, let's do this again. I'm going to guess somewhere in the 15 to 20 minute range on this one.
Are we talking altogether or just
altogether?
Yeah, I would probably. I mean, they did have a bit of suspension damage as well. The wheel will probably pop straight back in. Yeah, I'd say 15 to 20 as well. It's just one of those things, you know. If you know, you know. And I think, that's going to be it. But to tell you what that means, that means 2 of the top contending teams are now at the back, and they're both the satellite teams, red and blue. So this puts now Blue Chew Black, BRT Odin, and the World of Sim Racing, who are not here today. They're not going to be able to. They're not be able to catch that as well. So BRT Odin could jump up into second place overall in the championship.
And there we go, the tows finally complete, the 64 goes up on the tracks and the virtual mechanics go to work. But yeah, as you mentioned, the championship leader coming in was the number 14 Blue True Black machine. They did seem to be a little bit on the back foot compared to these two cars, compared to the satellite racing machines. They were the satellite racing cars were fastest in practice, fastest in qualifying. They were leading the race, but there they go, both of them having issues in the first half hour here, and this has left the door wide open for the number 14, Nate Gruchelski, currently leading his way around, and now he will know that this is going on, and all he needs to do, his teammates will be telling him, it doesn't really need to win the race. I mean, I know he'd like to, but just keep a car clean, bring it home, and you'll walk away with that championship.
Yeah, let me put my team owner cap on for a second. Every night before endurance events, we have meetings and we talk the same thing to our drivers every time. Consistency wins races, not hot lapping, not fast laps. Clean cars and consistency wins races. The amount of times we've all seen the fastest car not win the race, keep my car clean, bring it home in one piece, and I guarantee you we'll finish well. Well, guys, go ahead, sorry, Sam.
Yeah, the 64 sits in the pits, obviously. We don't know how long, but there's lots of action out here on the circuit. Derek?
I was going to say, speaking of action, I was going to say we're just about maybe, 3 minutes, maybe less than that from the window of LMP2 pit stops happening. So if we want action, I think it's about to get busy all across the track here, Sam.
I would imagine we'll see the leader car, probably one of the first to pit. I can't imagine they've been saving fuel up there. Most of the field has become pretty spread out. I know we're watching a couple of LMP2s running nose to tail here, but most of the competition has a couple second gap between them, so not a whole lot of drafting fuel saving going on that way. I can tell you the 14 has just passed pit entry, so going for another lap.
I will say there is a
safety car. Wow, that changes a lot for the LMP2. Every LMP2 is made out.
That helps the satellite racing team.
But which one? I mean, the answer, of course, would be both. But if you were going to put the stats on here, which one hurt the most? Because I see a car also spun around. The 255 quality has spun around at the exit Sunset.
For the third time this race.
Yeah, they're having a rough time here. That's Brandon Murdoch there. He's just having a rough time. Sometimes when you have a rough start, it gets in your head, and it's hard to get those gremlins out of your head, and I feel bad for him. I really do. Well, I think the biggest beneficiary of this is of course the former leader, the 64. Now you get to sit on pit road and fix all those repairs and not lose as much time to your competitors, I would say, right?
Yeah, Derek, you said it as well though earlier. If there's a safety car, the 67 can sit and get all those optionals done as well. So really, like I was saying, which satellite car is going to be better off here? You can't really split them, because that 67 is going to get all those repairs done, because I don't know how long a lap behind the safety car is going to take around here. But also at the same time, the 64, they've taken their tow, now they're on the repairs. That's going to help them as well. They're only going to lose almost half the laps they expected.
And I apologise if I have been saying Safelite instead of Satellite. In my defence, I did have to get my windshield repaired earlier this month.
Wow, nice plug there. You got a sponsor for yourself, I see. That's a nice touch. No, let's talk about the safety car procedure real quick. So we're all going to get lined up here. The first thing that's going to happen, I believe, is any cars who are ahead of their class leader, which I don't think there are any right now, would give a wave around. Then pits will open. Then we do our second set of wave arounds for those who didn't pit. Then we line it up, and then we go green. So we'll be under caution for a few minutes here, guys.
And you can imagine everyone's going to want to pit, because as you were saying, we were all coming up to the end of the first pit window.
And if you were an LMP2 who was saving gas, you're not as happy as other drivers right now. I'll say it that way.
That changes everything, though, for everybody, because all of a sudden, it's a clean sheet clean slate for everybody. Those LMP2 drivers, some of them were really looking at just doing a little bit of saving. With the way the traffic was for some of them, they were able to save just a little bit of fuel. Still would have been touch and go for these LMP2s to make that extra lap. For the GTs, definitely they could have made that extra lap.
Let me be the stick in the mud or the contrarian here and say, if I was a GT3 driver, would I think about doing something weird here? Would I think about maybe turning this into whatever your lowest fuel amount setting is for your particular GT3? Saving all the fuel under caution here. Let's not pit. Listen, we're only halfway through a GT3 pit cycle right now. Obviously, the LMP2s are going to come in. Pit road's open, by the way. If you're a GT3, maybe you stay out and put yourself in a different track position. I don't know.
I think it's too risky. With how long a pit stop will be for these GT3s, what are you gaining from staying out? Because a pit stop's over a minute. When you think of how much fuel they're going to put in these GTs, the tires are free, of course. It just, to me, doesn't feel... It's not like NASCAR. It's not like oval racing where you go if the leader goes. This is one of those where I think everybody go, hello. Just see a little bit of weaving around the back. I thought there was something going on for a moment. Yeah,
but if you're someone in the back, like a Torque Sim Sport or a not recommended motorsport, you need to do something different in your strategy. Sometimes the idea is to be less than, better than, or different than is how you are successful. So we'll see what happens here. Everyone's, of course, the LMP2s are coming first here. They're coming down, Samuel.
And number 14 will be leading them in. And of course, they'll all be nose to tail. There's plenty of pit stalls here for this 28 car field, rather. And looks like not many people deviating from the strategy. A couple of cars out the back there.
There is one, actually. There is one car.
That's an LMP2?
It's the 67.
Yeah,
lap back.
That's a surprise.
I mean, I get it. Yeah, I get it. And the 64's rolling as well. So both satellite cars are going to be there at the front of the field. Let's see if a 14 wins the race off pit road for everyone who is taking tyres.
And hang on. The 64's got their requireds done? Sorry.
They've got the requireds done. Might come back in to do optionals later on.
I know, sorry. I don't know about you, Derek. I didn't expect it to be that little required. If anything, their car looks better than the 67.
To be fair, their box time was about 8.5 minutes. So I'm not totally surprised. I think it felt quick because of what was happening on the track. But 8.5 minutes on pit road there.
Now look, some GT cars came out before these LMP2 leaders, but looks like the 14 is still leading the LMP2 field. Got a new leader, though, over in GT, the 223. The AM class leader has taken over the overall GT3 lead.
Just looking as well, because just before that safety car, there was a big battle for the rest of the championship standings between Composite Performance number 12 and Satellite GT3 AM. They are currently sitting 4th and 5th respectively in the race, and no surprise, they're still 4th and 5th in the race, but they also had the BRT Heimdall car behind them. That was a battle I was keeping my eyes on right before the safety car. They will pick that battle back up, but at the same time, everything's been neutralized, and we are going to have to see everyone just get themselves repositioned as well, because it has got a little bit mixed up out there.
The good news is that there's nothing new for these drivers. They should all be aware of their safety car procedure, even though we don't have an actual pace car out there. There are race controls over there telling them where to go and when to pit and how they want them restarted. Might be a couple more laps, I think, before we get actually back to green flag racing. There's a nice sight to see if you're the satellite racing team, is being back in front of the rest of the field.
But they can't take repairs. Just the pit road is closed until the restart. So they had their one chance for repairs. Didn't take them. So now they're going to have to race like this for a while.
So something else to keep in mind while we're pacing here. Not that many teams changed drivers. Hard for me to say for some reason. I see the 191, the composite racing. I keep saying racing. I'm sorry. Composite performance number 91 changed from, I think, Ross Booth into Robert Cast. The 55 changed. The 200 changed, and I think the 19, the only LMP2 who changed drivers on this pit stop.
Now 67 has been given the wave around, so the satellite cars are getting to go around and catch up with the pack. Now, the thing for the 67, who is actually ahead of the 64 now, I think, oh no, he is a little bit behind. But this 67 car has been out there for 10 laps. So they're only halfway on their fuel stint. And I've got to imagine the second caution isn't going to come out within the next 15 minutes.
No, probably not. I'm just trying to do math in my head and think that all you're hoping for is that the cycles work in your favor. Yeah, you're going to pit in 15 minutes or so, maybe a little more than that. You're just hoping that the next set of cycles happens in order to still keep you a lap down, I guess.
So 64's caught up with the pack here. However, pit road is closed. My guess is we're getting one more lap of caution, and obviously the 67 will catch up before they get back around. The leader, the LMP2 leader, is on lap 23, and the 64 and 67 are both starting lap 21, so they're both 2 laps down exactly.
Yeah, I said 1 lap down. No, you're right. It is 2 laps down. I was doing my wave around math incorrectly there.
But it's still better than what it could have been. Remember, we were looking, the 67 was going to be down 3, almost 4 laps. We had no idea what was going to happen to the 64 after that massive incident, and yes, they managed to get it going. So they're going to now start the procedure where the GT3s are going to be on the right and the LMP2s are going to be on the left. And this will also be pretty interesting. That's where they go around each other just so they can get this all done. It's kind of nice because the LMP2s are driving on the right side of the road and the GT3s are driving on the wrong side of the road. Though we are in America, so I guess I'm wrong, but I'm British, so I don't really care. The LMP2's on the right side of the road.
I want to say real quick, though, all kidding aside, how organized this system is and how much I appreciate the fact that they're telling them this. We've all been in, well, if you've done any kind of oval racing on iRacing, gosh, that process of trying to get around someone who's a lap car under caution is frustrating. Is a good word, I think. Frustrating. That's an appropriate word. So it's kind of cool to see that MTEC has a system here to keep it predictable and organized.
I was going to give a quick shout out as well to those working it in the moment. You got Matt Kingsbury on the microphone right now in race control. A shout out to Garen Batten, Justin Kirby, Josh Gowen as well helps as an advisor, but he's racing out there. Dawid Miladjevic as well, who also is the live race control admin. Eric Mick also racing out there, but he was the one that created this for the major series. This is something they've been doing for years, and you may think that, hey, this is great, let's not change it, but you just know there's something each year. Maybe we could have done this better. And they get feedback every race, every season. They get some sort of feedback. And you know that these guys will work tirelessly to try and find just those little things that they can just improve. So this is something that has been a labor of love for them as they've worked over it through the last few years.
Well, we're getting ready to restart here with 12 cars still on the lead. 11 cars still on the lead lap in LMP2. The only 2 cars in LMP2 that are not on the lead lap are the 2 satellite racing team cars, which are both 2 laps down. Over in GTs, we have 12 cars still left on the lead lap. Again, there's a new leader after the pit stops. The 223 in the AM class has jumped the leaders. The 191 was leading, actually lost 2 spots during the round of pit stops and will now be restarting in 3rd place with Robert Cast behind the wheel. They'll be starting a few seconds down the road from the LMP2 cars. They're all on their pit limiters right now, going around at 45 miles an hour. Once they come out, and there is your GT leader. Once they come out of a final turn, the green flag will fly. We'll be back under racing here. at Sebring as we come to complete the first hour. Very dramatic first hour. Already seeing two big names involved in incidents. We've seen a couple black flags handed out and a couple bizarre incidents as well, which may have been relating to hardware issues. But we're getting ready to restart it all with just a few cars sitting on the wayside, but still 7 hours of racing action left to play. Derek.
Yeah, so here we go. About ready to restart here. You see the LMP2s trying to get those tires warmed up. If you think that strategy is effective or not against the personal opinion, but here they come through one of the corner here. Wait for that call for the green flag. And of course, the GT3s will keep about a 15-second gap here for the green flag, so we'll have some time there. I did notice some pit stop news we'll talk about in a little bit, though, once we get settled down here.
Here they go. Green flag is out. The 14 leading them back to action. Mostly single file for the LMP2s. A couple of them sticking their noses out, but doesn't look like any moves being made. Craig.
Well, there has been a move in the GT3s, and you can see them battling as well. Simon Graff lost the lead of the GT Pro to Robert Cast, and Robert Cast almost lost it again. Almost looked like Simon and the 107 Torque Sim Sport car just got caught out a little bit there. Caught napping on that restart. In fact, Robert almost went into the back of him. So it's almost the same as it was before, apart from that 223, that twin turn sim racing. They are now leading the overall GT3.
He did get into the back of him. There is actually a dent on the front of that 191 Porsche. So there was contact made. And I'm seeing on timing and scoring that the 191 made the pass before the start line. Is that allowed?
It's green flag. We're going to have to wait to see what race control decide on that, because I was looking at that myself. It was very interesting to see when does a green flag become a green flag, because there is no restart procedures like it is for the start of the race where there's a gap. So does that mean once it's green, you just go straight racing? So keep eyes on, we will keep eyes on any penalties being dished out for that, but that could be a drive-through and maybe even a stop and hold for the 191 if that's the case.
Yeah, MTEC does have a whole protest system. It's, as I said earlier, a very well-organized league and system, so we'll wait and see what comes of that. But if I was in that car for the 91, I would just be arguing, listen, they didn't go. What was I supposed to do? And, as an official, you might say you're supposed to wait your turn. But there's an argument on both sides of that coin there, I believe.
Well, I'm just trying to look at the rules as well. Oh, the procedure. There is nothing I can see.
I didn't see anything either.
About what happens with the green flag. Yeah, nothing I can see in terms of the green flag rule. So maybe they are safe with that. But again, this just happened. We are sure, of course, the race control might be looking into that if they are. We can't do an F1 style. Race stewards looking into something like like you see in the F1, but just be sure that we will see something.
Overall, Samuel, hold on a second. I missed the call from race control.
It was a warning to the 223. Okay. There was meant to be a gap. You are right. There was meant to be a gap, and the 223 did not give a sufficient gap, so they are handed a warning. Okay.
I was going to say real quick though, Samuel. Sorry. Second start or second restart, how you want to look at it, wording you want to use. Overall, very clean by these drivers. Once again, we're back to single file, no big incidents. Turn 1 is safe and clean. Very good job by these drivers.
Yeah, and that goes for both classes. You see, once you get by the top 5 GT3s, are still on top of each other as they were on the run down to Cunningham here. By the way, if you were wondering where the wind is coming from, this is Tower, as I was talking about earlier. This is the northeast section of the track, so that's the direction the wind is coming from, about 10 miles an hour. It could be upsetting some of these drivers throughout parts of the course, but they should have all learned it by now. Talking about the weather, actually, a nice bit of cloud cover right now, probably helping cool the track a little bit.
So, something I want to make a note of real quick here. We talked about Ross Booth losing that lead under the full course yellow. He was in his pit stall about 4 seconds longer than the drivers who passed him by. So it makes me wonder, was he burning more fuel Like, did it take longer to fill the tank, or did he just not get in a stall correctly? I don't know. But that's what caused that, is that he was in the stall about 4 seconds longer than the 2 drivers who passed him.
Well, he had built up a 4 or 5 second lead over the rest of the GT cars before that caution, so he could have very easily been burning more fuel.
There was nobody around him, so that could be the logistical answer there. Because at the end of the day, just those little seconds can be vital. Remember, we're talking about almost 100-liter fuel tank for some of these GT3s. I know they're very varied now due to fuel flow, so you are still looking at quite a big amount of fuel fillage there. So just 1 liter can almost be a couple tenths of a second. So a whole lap is, I want to say, about 3 to 4 liters. It can stack up there at the end of the day. So that might just be the reasoning. And we're hoping that if that's the case, that's something we have to keep our eye out for full stop, because here's Robert in the 191 in the composite performance. There's Simon in the 107 in the torque principle. Now Simon's going to be burning less fuel because he's behind. Does that mean when they come to their pit stop, if they stay like this, he's going to get out ahead? Well, Robert's not got a slipstream, so it might just happen. That's another thing you've got to look at. Could be topsy-turvy.
Yeah, I've also got to wonder, Craig, you talk about Robert losing the slipstream to the car in front. He does have a dent in the front of that number 191 machine. Could that be affecting his top-end speed, especially once the slipstream in front of him, he doesn't have a benefit of that anymore? And could that potentially make a pass from behind easier?
Well, let's not look at theory here. Let's look at realism, and let's just see 245, 248, 250 was the twin-term sim racing, and as they came into the braking composite with 2 kilometers an hour, I'm sorry, I don't do miles, 2 kilometers an hour slower. Now that has to be the dent. That's not just a top issue there. That has to be the dent. 2 kilometers. It doesn't sound a lot, but in the grand schemes of things, you're looking at a tenth lost on the straight there, just by those 2 kilometers almost.
Now, as someone who was born in England but now lives in America, why do English people pay a whole lot of attention to kilometers an hour? Because our street signs in England are still done in miles an hour.
Yeah, and we do things by liters, and yet we still say miles per gallon. So I'm not exactly sure where we decided to basically say we'll take bits like this and bits like this, but for some reason when it comes to motor racing, we use kilometers for some reason. It can't be just due to the fact that iRacing, when you hit metric, we want to see liters when it comes to fuel, so we have to look at kilometers. It's just one of those things. So one thing that I am interested though is that 107. We talk about the McLaren, it's not a popular choice. We know it's not the fastest on the straight, but if Simon had a chance to make a move, you would have thought he would have made a move. He decided not to. Are they trying to save fuel? That could be something we're looking for here. Remember, no clutching anymore. That got completely removed. No more clutching. It is all on the throttle and off the throttle now.
Well, there's a couple more things you can do to fuel save as well, Craig, and you know this, which is one of them, of course, is drafting, which is kind of what we're seeing here. The second one is how willing are you to go up and down the gears? I've raced with some teammates in the past who they do that a lot, where they're up and down the gears, and that will burn more fuel going up and down the gears. So if you're willing to kind of not do that as often, you might be saving fuel as well. But yeah, look at this. This looks to be pure fuel saving here by this car.
Well, it's not going up into 6th gear. It's redlining quite a bit. I've just been noticing that. Yeah, this talks spin sport. Surely, I don't know the schematics of a McLaren, but surely the Ullman straight's long enough for these cars to get into 6th gear, and that McLaren's not hitting 6th gear. So either if they were suiting it out for longer gears for higher top speed, they would have made an overtake by now. So they're not looking to do fuel saving per se. They're just driving as they are, and I think they're just going to be complacent enough to use the slipstream for their fuel saving. But look at that gap now. That's a 2-second gap between first and second. that's not just all just down to that damage on the front of that car. That's a little bit of damage. That's not going to cause 2 seconds after what? 3 laps after we went green again?
I think we might be... he's close enough. He's going for it. Or maybe not.
That's a tough corner. That's actually a tough corner to make a move there. Some people usually call that like a second hairpin. I've never seen it as a hairpin, Cunningham, but I can understand why people would come with that. It's a corner that also catches you out. You want to start turning in for it earlier than you expect. You start turning it a bit too early, you hit the bumps. Derek will tell you if you hit the bumps, you're going to have a little bit of a problem there, especially in LMP2. You upset the car, and nowadays where you need to go down into first gear from LMP2 at that corner, Cunningham can be a bit of a challenge. To make an overtake, that's risky. A multi-class overtake, that's fine. But a racing overtake, you need a lot of commitment there, because to go too wide for it is very challenging.
So there's the gap there between first and second place we're looking at. Craig, let me throw one more wrinkle into your math equation of why there's a 2-second gap here. Driver changes. The 2-2-3, your leader, no driver change. That composite performance team, pardon me, driver change. Is it still that driver's getting comfortable on the track for the first time while the leader's just pulling away because he's got his feet under him or his legs under him already?
That's a good point. And also, let's not forget, track temp has now gone up 41 Celsius, 106 Fahrenheit. Now, some drivers may not have done driving in these conditions. I mean, a lot of us, again, we go back to last weekend, the iRacing 12 hours, but some people may not have been able to do stints where it was the hottest part of the day. Some drivers may not be used to these temperatures and these conditions. And one thing I like to say when it comes to hot racing, smooth. You want to be less aggressive on the throttle. You want to be nice and smooth and slow on the steering. You don't want to destroy these tires. You don't want to lose that grip. So you just want to take it gentle. Maybe that's another thing that 191's doing. Might be just taking it a little bit gentle as these tires are just starting to... The labels are now starting to come off. The stickers starting to come off the tires now.
I didn't realise they'd had the driver change as well, if I heard you correctly. That might explain why they lost a couple of spots during that stop. We are at that part just after a restart where we don't have to worry too much about inter-traffic battles, but the problem is we do have these LMP2s stacked on top of each other here, and we do have GT3s running around 5th place stacked on top of each other, and I would say in about 3 laps, 5 to 10 minutes, they're going to meet. And that's when things can get a bit chaotic after a restart.
Yeah, those are always very tense moments. Multi-class passes, because it's a whole mix of reasons why. But the simple answer is traffic. I think is the simple word answer. But it will be a little scary getting around here.
Yeah, especially
gaps. It's 2 laps, I think. I was just looking at the gap because the delta between the classes is 10 to 12 seconds, and the leader's 10 seconds away from one car right now. I think they've got one more lap of just clean driving, and then I think we're going to see once again, the baton braces come out, because, as we all know, the first pass of traffic in a race always is chaotic due to everyone all bunched up. This is, again, technically the first pass again.
Yeah, that's... I mean, don't get me wrong, these are all great endurance races, and multi-class traffic is part of endurance racing, and these guys should be used to it. When I get curious, when I really pay attention, is these early moments after a restart when the two fields are kind of all still stacked up. I mean, look at that. You could throw a blanket over those 6 cars that just went through the shot right there, and I'm sure if we went over to the midfield in GT3, you'd see a similar thing. So it just might get a little bit adventurous here in a couple of minutes. We'll keep an eye on all of it and see how it unfolds. I was just keeping my eyes on this battle here. We're just watching Precision Racing. This is the battle that even still BRT, Heimdall, all these drivers are really looking towards trying to get that final podium position on the standings. So they have to be
careful what they are doing here. Look at that. That's 4 cars. You talked about putting a blanket over the LMP2s. Let's put a whole tarp. We're near a baseball field. Let's put a tarp over these GT3s right now. That's how close it is.
And they're working their way down the Ullman Straight, and like I say, the LMP2, the mid-pack of the LMP2s won't be too far behind them. We are an hour into the race now. Since the restart, knock on wood, it's been clean. Haven't really seen many incidents since the green flag went back out, other than, of course, the one right at the start line where 2 GT cars ran into each other. I think a lot of these drivers, a lot of these teams have gotten into a rhythm. Of course, the nice thing about it, as we mentioned, is that both classes still have about a dozen cars on the lead laps. Still plenty of racing, plenty left to change here in both classes with 7 hours left to go.
So I want to take a look real quick here, guys, at the lap comparison. Now, the 14, that is your leader in LMP2. That is the blue to black vehicle. The 67, though, we still have damage earlier. Pardon me, sorry for the voice there, but look at those lap time differences, guys. For all the damage we talked about, Craig, and all the hypotheticals of optional repairs, and were they on pit road, and how long, and all that stuff, that's not that big a lap difference right there between those cars. I was expecting it to be, honestly, bigger than that. So that's a good sign for the 67, and the 64, who's not mentioned there, is about the same speed. So good job to those guys in keeping pace and keeping in this race.
Yeah, like I was expecting almost 8, 9 tenths down. They're really doing well with the speed. They're really doing the car. And this is something that, you know, again, I mentioned from last weekend where a lot of the LMP2 drivers decided, hey, we're not going to take all the optionals because the car is fine. The steering wheel's straight. The suspension damage is fixed on the required. So everything's doing fine. I'm watching right now Christian Scheller just going through the traffic. I've never seen a man weave so much through the traffic. It really looks like he is on the I-70 right now and deciding, hey, I'm going to just go to the middle lane overtake and back to the slow lane and to the middle lane and back to the slow lane. And Frank Smith's behind. He's not been able to be that aggressive / committed to some of these moves. And he's lost a second already, and there's Carter right behind in the composite 13, who's actually trying to capitalize on that, because all of a sudden, Frank may be clear, Carter's going to get held up just on the exit here. Oh, and almost catches the 286 BRT Heimdall there, but makes a better run of it because of the commitment on the traffic.
And here's a moment I've been watching. 5th place on back, Michael Bott in the 079 machine. He's leading a pack of LMP2 cars that has now caught this pack of GT cars. And I think the next few turns are going to be really interesting here. And you can see he's kicking up dirt down the straight into the hairpin, and they're going to go side by side. All making it through so far, but now we've got to get through Cunningham.
That's going to be the tough one. Cunningham's going to be the tough one. How can they get through? Keep your eyes on how many cars they can get by. And there's a GT that's on the other side of the track. That's going to affect the positions here. Almost. How many times have I seen in the last minute these LMP2s coming together almost? And that is a lapped car as well. We're going to go 3 wide into Tower. What on earth? No way. And the satellite car, who isn't even racing, they're racing to get lapped back, just went 3 wide and overtook. Did I just see that into Tower?
Good grief, they're all running wide, using the racetrack and then some, and now things might finally calm down when they get out to the Ullman Straight here. Well, that was rush hour. We've been hyping it up for a few laps, and we hope it was worth waiting for, because there was some 3 wide and lots of action down there around Cunningham. Oh, in contact! Here we go! The BRT Odin keeps off the wall.
Good job keeping off the wall there. I think he either didn't know or wasn't anticipating that GT3 ahead. I'm not sure. Let's take a look here.
I just had a look at that. I think that is also a little bit there on the BRT Odin and the satellite. I think the Odin car just slowed down a little bit, and the satellite car was not aware of it. There you go. different speeds, different lines. Yeah, you can start to see, I think Odin was looking to go inside there or just held back a little bit, and the satellite car was unaware of his intentions. And, we talk about the multi-class and, you're trying to get around cars. You've also got to be aware of what the car, your race, of your class is going to do. I think that was just one thing that one driver wanted to do one thing, one driver wanted to do another. Like I say, it takes two to dance and it takes two to race in iRacing. One of them wanted to do the Paso Doble, the other one wanted to do the Tango.
All right, well, there's our Dancing with the Stars, or Strictly, I think Strictly Come Dancing is what you guys call it in the UK, I believe.
Yeah.
Reference of the evening. Look at that, I'm cultured. I know the UK version of the show.
I mean, it is true though. It does take two. It does take two to race. You know what I mean? It's the way I've always said it. Is when it comes to a racing incident as well. We're still watching these guys battle. When it comes to a racing incident, if one of you wants to do one thing, the other wants to do the other. As Kurt Crump really wants that position, and he's made the 412 spin, and that's the composite performance. That's the composite performance GT3 Pro-Am. That's in a battle for the championship.
And that's probably going to come back to race control later. Let's wait and see the GSRC replay here, Samuel, and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to let one LMP2 by, and then the second LMP2 said, no, you're going to let two of us by. See, he goes for the apex, then he goes out wide, and he just gets on the marbles. I don't think that's a penalty there anyway. I think that's just miscommunication.
Yeah, I agree. At first, it looked closer on live view, but in that replay, there's no contact there. That's just, there's another spin.
Yeah.
The 12 who...
Oh, that's a 105 Ferrari. They lost multiple laps earlier due to an incident, so they might still be suffering with some damage from that.
But yeah, no, that looked way closer in live view than it did in replay. That was just, I think, nerves by the 12 of trying to let them by. I mean, obviously the 12 is going to argue that he wanted more space, but there was space there.
We've got to give a shout out to Rob there on the cameras, because that aerial view just gave us the right angle. Because, live view, and especially when I'm watching from behind, I'm thinking to myself, the door's closing, but he's not turning in so suddenly. You expect the GT to turn in earlier. The door's open. He's left the door open there. I'd be interested to see what it is. I would say it's racing incident more than anything, but we are going to have to wait to see if there's anything happening from that. Unfortunately, though, for that composite performance, yes, they're P11 overall, but again, they're not battling for the championship. That's already wrapped up in the Pro-Am. But remember, second and third are still to be decided. And actually, that's the championship. They were P2 overall in the championship. They need to be ahead of Satellite Racing, who now takes P2 in the GT Pro-Am, P4 overall. It's going to be a bit of a grind now for that 2-1-2.
So, of course, Franco Margarello is currently the driver in the 12, and, the hardest thing sometimes to do as a driver, Craig, and is to get calmed down and get back into your rhythm and your driver headspace after a spin like that, because you're so angry. In the car, you don't know what happened, you just kind of know what you think happened. So let's hope Franco can get it together pretty quickly and get back to consistent laps.
What would you do? Because I've got a teammate who has that issue. He will make a mistake, and he will probably overdrive it sometimes just to try and rectify himself. And of course, if you overdrive the car, you're going to cause more issues. Even more to... actually, 88 gets a warning for that collision, just to interrupt there. So that incident there at Jean-Bien is a warning for the 88 causing a collision. But yeah, if you've spun, what do you tell a driver? For me, I've just got to tell him to just head down and focus. But they're still going to be driving too hard. Do you tell them don't drive too hard, or do you just, if they've got to get it out, let them get it out without causing any more damage?
Oh, man, this is so driver dependent. I've had teammates before who... the best that you can do is just kind of sit there silently and let them work it out in their head. There's some teammates who you need to kind of talk down. Hello. That was Ryan Walker.
Oh, fourth place in VT class, and he was running on his own. That's got to be hard. Oh.
Now we had in our race last weekend a similar incident, but at the start finish straight at turn 1, the car just went straight on. It was actually a screen freeze, and if he's got control of the steering wheel, it might be a screen freeze more than a pedal failure.
Could this be a loss of focus? But yeah, that was painful. I was gonna say.
That was P3 in the GT Pro Ams.
Yeah, so that's going to put Torque SimSport and that McLaren Composites in twin turn 1, 2, 3 as they were, and some more drivers would get some laps here. That's going to be that's a GT3 car, Craig. That's probably an hour.
I don't know, because remember, it's not a front engine car; it's a Lamborghini, so the engine's not gone. If we were looking at a BMW there, I'd be saying, yeah, see you in an hour. Just call Lamborghini and say, yeah, hello Lamborghini, yeah, we need a new engine. But you don't need to do that right now because, again, it was a front-on hit. And because it was so solid, I'm not entirely sure. I didn't see any tyres come off. They may get away with suspension damage, but they've had to tow.
Yes, a lengthy tow too, about halfway through the track. Well, we're getting ready for a quick break here on GSRC. Over in LMP2, it is Blue True leading 1-2 in class, and then over in GTs, it's been Twin Turn Sim Racing controlling the race ever since our round of pit stops under the first and only caution so far. Satellite Racing were dominating LMP2 earlier on, but they have run into issues. They're trying to bounce back. Can they do it? We've still got almost 7 hours of racing action left to go. We'll be back to bring you the next part of action here on GSRC from Sebring International Raceway. Hello and welcome back to Sebring International Raceway here as we are watching round 7 of the MTEC Championship live here on the Global SimRacing Channel. And oh boy, almost getting massive action there as we come back live. I thought I was going to be able to bring us in all quiet, but boy, some interclass traffic, near incidents here as we approach the end of the second hour here at Sebring. And yeah, we've had one caution so far. Hasn't been because of an incident. It's just been predetermined timing. Almost had a big incident there. Actually have a drive-through penalty for the car 019. But here we are. Let's now that things have calmed down a little bit, let's talk about where we are. We're 90 minutes into this 8-hour race with the Blue True 1-2 currently in LMP2s. Over in GTs, it is one of the AM cars leading that class, a twin-turn sim racing that has been dominating the AM Championship, and Composite Performance continues to hold off the Torque Sim Sport 107 car for second and third position. But race control is getting busy on the radio here, Derek, because things have been a little bit frantic in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, looks like sounds like that was a repeat call for the 019. It's under our commercial break. There was a collision that race control has determined to be the 019's fault. So race control is getting a little busy. And this is a track that isn't that long. So really, once you start this multi-class passing and traffic, you're not really ever going to break away from it into some respects. It'll be busy the whole day now until we see some attrition in this race, I think.
And Craig, we've been keeping an eye on the cars for second and third because the car that was in second was leading earlier on, but has a chink in its armour on the nose of a 191 machine. But the 107 seems to be content to just hang behind them and save fuel.
Yeah, that Torque Sim Sport by Wagner's Swipe, they are deciding that they are just going to be happy staying behind the 191 composite performance car. A little chink there. They had a little bit of a touching together on the restart of the safety car, and it looks like it made a small issue there for the 191, but that McLaren, flames and all, decided not to do anything about it as the traffic goes by. Just an update what that drive-through was for. It was for an incident going into Tower. A late move onto the M-Plower car. And they just got caught up there. Late move, not on. The move wasn't on, sorry. And it was, unfortunately, just making the M-Plower spin around. They lost quite a few positions. And again, there is no battle for the championship overall in GT Pro-Am. But the rest of the positions on the podium are still to be decided in that championship.
So a couple things I want to hit on real quick here that we were kind of talking about on the commercial break, Samuel. One, that gap now that the second place, the Composite Performance 91 car, that's bigger. They're more behind than the gap that Ross Booth had put on the field before the yellow. So there might be something wrong with, as you said, with that car with the body damage. My second point, I'm not convinced. Oh, here goes the McLaren finally. Okay. I was going to say, I'm just not convinced that McLaren was fuel saving because that was a lot of fuel saving, but they finally got around them. So never mind, strike that off the list.
It seems weird. I was trying to work out why it's taking them this long because they've been right on their back for quite a while. I still think due to slipstreaming, Derek, that they are going to be able to get an extra lap because we're talking... Oh, for sure. Yeah, we're talking what? That they've been behind them since lap 19. We went green lap 20. Well, that's a good, 3/4 of a fuel stint in these GT cars.
Oh, yeah.
So they might get that extra lap for sure.
Oh, no. I agree with you on that. I'm just not convinced that was the motivation behind the move. That's what I'm saying.
And the leader's in. The number 14, Blue True Black Machine, is in from the lead of LMP2, and in fact a lot of LMP2s coming down. We didn't get to see green flag stops earlier. The first predetermined timed caution flew before green flag stops ever started. The number 14 comes into its box and is changing driver.
I just thought about something. Blue Choose Blue came in a lap earlier. Now, did they do that for traffic reasons, or did they do that because they were unable to go that extra lap? Now that's
Or-
something to keep eyes on. Yeah.
Did they do it? Here's a third reason. Did they do it because they don't want to pit at the same time their teammate and cause an issue on pit road? Are we talking F1 style pit?
Yeah, it might be, but remember, these are guys that probably aren't all in the same voice chat together. And do you really want one of your teammates to dip out of your voice chat to jump into your teammate's voice chat and maybe jump scare them when they're in a situation like, oh, hang on, we're in a battle type thing. So was it predetermined, or, was it a fuel fee? You've got to look at all the variables there. It might be that.
Well, because everyone else came in, the 14 was able to pit and come back out on track as the race leader. We now have Nathan Drew behind the wheel of the race leading LMP2 car. And 7-second lead is pretty handy. You talk about Blue pitting early. They must have had some trouble on their in or out lap, or maybe their pit stop, because they're 10 seconds down now.
Yeah, I mean, it might have just been, I'm just trying to look, cone to cone. Blue, what did they do? That they spent less time in the pit. Maybe they just got a little bit of an issue when it came to traffic on the outlap or something. Be interesting to see what happened to them. I'm looking at this GT. You can start to see that's the Go-Win Racing Ruby having a little bit of a battle going on. Behind them is the 217 Precision Racing Black, the 289 of the Not Recommended Motorsport, the 271 of the Torque Sim Sport. Something's got to give. These cars are getting a little bit racy. You're going to start to think somebody's going to come in for a pit stop shortly. Who is it? I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of these cars now. Do they go for an early pit stop? Because a lot of these guys would be fuel saving. Do you want to get that advantage in the traffic right now? Because this is quite a queue of cars at the moment.
I've been looking at the lap times as well for the number 107 since they took second place in the GT class a bit further up the track, and they've been going about a half a second to a second a lap quicker than what they were doing tucked up behind the 191. So I'm guessing, as you guys alluded to moments ago, that he hit his fuel number, and now he's kind of trying to see how fast that he can go. Simon Graf, that is, in second place in GT right now. Running the same time as the class leader, though, so not eating into that 7-second gap.
The guys, at the risk of being the Star Trek nerd of the group, I don't want to set off the red alert here or anything, but for the LMP2s, as far as I can tell, every LMP2 basically changed drivers there. So all those jitters we saw for the first 10-15 minutes of the race about an hour and a half ago, they're all could start again here, because now we have new drivers who haven't experienced the track yet. And keep your eyes open, because it can get kind of spicy here soon.
Three LMP2 cars I see, haven't made a change. That is the Quality 74, that is the Satellite Racing Red, and the Satellite Racing Blue. Let's just ignore the two satellite cars there, and let's look at the Quality Racing 74, because remember, they are in their own little battle at the moment, the 74 with the 79 and Bluetooth Blue for that Pro-Am Championship. So, and again, of course, with the NRG car, which the recycled NRG that had to take a drive-through. That's got to hurt, Derek. We haven't talked about that. We've just done green flag pit stops, and Recycle had to come in for a drive-through, and then 2 laps or a lap later had to come in for a pit stop. That's got to affect them as well.
Yeah, it does affect them. As we see a lap time difference here between that's Mo Islam now in the car, by the way, for the 13. He's taken over for Carter Kundinger, and he's trying to race down Patrick McDaniel here in the Bluetooth Blue and see if he can make it happen here. That gap is closing here.
Yeah, I think he's kind of stuck behind him. But this is definitely a battle for position here. A Pro driver following an AM driver, but that AM car has been doing very well today. And obviously Patrick McDaniel still flying around here, running solid lap times. But his last lap was a 1:51. And when Christopher was behind the wheel, he was down in 1:48. So I don't know if Patrick's having to be dealing with a bit of GT traffic, but if that's not the case, if he is a couple of seconds off the pace here, those LMP2 cars behind him, not just Mo Islam, but P5 as well, not too far behind. Oh, actually, no, my apologies, that's a lapped car in the background there. So this is a position for 3rd and 4th, and they do have to deal with a bit of GT traffic, though.
Well, let me tell you, go ahead.
Go on. I was going to talk about these times. Let's actually look at it. Derek will also back me up on this. Let's talk about what times we're looking at when it comes to traffic around here. It's 35 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit at the moment. These LMP2 cars, they'll be looking at doing 149 lap times, roughly. You want to be looking at that as a sweet spot right now in these temperatures. So if you're doing a 150, you're going to be held up on the exit of a corner. You're doing a 151, you're going to be held up a couple of times, and you're going to be held up just right in the corner. Just what just happened there to Patrick McDaniel. He's going to have to take the middle of the track because he does not want to make a pick move here. That's Matthias Zimmer up ahead. He knows it. Is there going to be a follow through here? There's a follow through, and look at the satellite car. They're laps down as well, going around the GT. Very good management from everybody. Who gets the better run though? It's the 13. It's Mo Islam. We may have a little bit of free wide here, and a pick move may be on here. That's really well done there by the 13. And composite, that's textbook racing in multi-class traffic.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. Mo Islam, a great sim racer, resident of Toronto, Ontario, Canada, very patient. If anyone on the track who I think would make a risky move and would, push it too far, Mo's not one of them. So I'm not surprised to see him go in and make that move there. Oh, get a car off track, but I think it's okay. But yeah, great job by Mo. Showed some patience and just set in his line and waited for that pass to open and got on by.
That's a 64 satellite car that we're seeing, who was doing well earlier, but now the satellite racing team not having as good of a race, but Alex Gow trying to work his way through the field here. Things have gotten worse for the 67. They have been given a drive-through for causing a collision. Again, satellite racing a couple laps down at this point. Really need a couple more curveballs to be thrown in this race to get back in race contention and also championship contention.
Yeah, they're getting curveballs thrown at them at the moment. That was the incident we saw at sunset where they came in contact with the 88 BRT Odin car. So that is not what they want to happen to them at the moment. They will try their best to... It's damage limitation once again for them. Already 2 laps down, but you talk about they're getting curveballs thrown at them. I think they may want to throw a knuckleball or 2 in there right now just to throw people off. Maybe try and get a lap back when it goes to another safety car if possible. But at the moment, you see that they do have the pace to actually unlap themselves. Maybe that's what they want to do. Try and get as close up to the lead as they can before taking this drive-through penalty. That was the 64, by the way. It's the 67 that has the penalty. My apologies.
By the way, if we can go back to the 074 for a second, that's a quality 74. There's some... Okay, we're in the GT3 pit stops. They were in traffic a second ago, but now we're on the GT3 pit stops, guys.
And as they come into the pits, you'll see the 019 LMP2 car is also in the pits. That is not a scheduled pit stop. They had an incident a couple of laps ago. So when it rains, it pours for the 019 a recycled NRG. We might have a replay here.
Let's see what just happens here for them. And that's already... Is that another moment at Jean-Bien? Here they come around. They're going to come down over the curbs into the braking. Is it another ride of... It's the same curb.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't think I'd see that twice in a race. And that's a heavy impact front on. It may be a tire barrier, but that's still quite an impact.
You guys, a bunch of the GT3 cars, the 286, the 208, the 271, the 212, and others are already on pit road here, getting that service here.
Well, the 271's jumped. The 271 has jumped the 208. So Going Racing loses a position there too. Talk SimSport, and I don't see any other position changes. I know there was one car that took an early pit stop, and it was the Precision Racing. It's not worked out for them. They wanted to take an early pit stop, try and catch people out. Did not work for them. The same with M-Plower. They went another lap, and it has not worked. And now the leader, the Twin Term Sim Racing, they're in the pits themselves. Did anybody else join them? Look at that. Talk SimSport's got another lap. It's happened, Derek.
Yeah, not too surprising.
No, not surprising at all. I know that's the result of what they were doing. I'm not sure that's the reason, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, so the 223 car, the class lead in GT, is in the pits as we speak. But the 107 has now taken over the lead of the class, the teammate to the car we're looking at on screen.
By the way, something to watch here real quick, guys. The 91 car. Let's see how long they sit on pit road. That's the car that the 191 that took damage on that restart. I want to see how long their stop is here. I want to see if they're going to fix this damage or not.
The 191 is parked up very close to the wall. They do get going again.
There was no difference in their pit stop time, I don't think.
No, that they still got damage at the front of that car. So unless it's a case of just optional, take as many as we can. But it'd be interesting to see if any repairs were done there. We'll just have to wait and see. By the way, we were talking about how the 019, the NRG car, had a drive-through penalty before green flag pit stops. Just a correction on myself, they appealed. So they did not take that drive-through before the green flag pit stops. They're in the pits, they're waiting to get repaired, and they've just been slapped with, yeah, your appeal has been rejected, you're still going to take the penalty. So they're getting repaired, and they're going to have to come back and do a drive-through.
Can I just update real quick, Seymour, before you go on? By the way, right before the break, we saw the 265 with Ryan Walker have a hard hit in the wall. We sort of did our guessing about how long the damage is going to be. We don't know. They've decided to pack it up for the day. They've gone home, so that 265 is out of the race.
That's the first retirement. The 107 is in the pits now. Now, I think it would be optimistic to say that this is going to put them in the lead of a GT field, but it will be interesting to see if they're able to have a quick pit stop and get closer to the competition.
I don't think they're going to, because if they were able to go the extra lap and everybody else wasn't, they've got less fuel in the tank compared to everybody else. They may lose out here. So let's just keep eyes on this, because, like, I'm just trying to think of this right now. Yeah, the extra lap's good. I think I now see what Derek was trying to say earlier. You've got an emptier tank. So does this help them, or does this hinder them? We'll wait and see. As they actually come out of pit road right now, they may have done this. They may have kept that lead and some. The gap is 3 seconds. I think they've gained a second just doing that extra lap.
Well, they're going to be out of traffic. They're going to have clean air. Those are both benefits to these drivers, right?
And driver change, you can see on the time and the scoring on the left-hand side of your screen. So Sebastian Eisenberg is now behind the wheel of the class lead in 223. And as you mentioned, the 107 is still in second, but new driver behind the wheel of that car, Andre Wolf. Now, we've been watching this battle for about 5th place in the GTs for the last couple of laps, because it is pretty exciting. These drivers close to each other on track, and see what kind of any drama these guys could run into as we approach the end of the second hour.
Of course, with all the incidents already on, and with the green flags and everything, some of these cars, they are a little bit out of sequence, a little bit out of shape to where they want to be. Look at the M-Power, they were up in the middle of the field. They're not anymore. The 271's now made some positions and all that. So some of these cars are trying to work their way up. But again, for some of these cars, a lot of these cars in the GTs are the Pro-Am cars. They are still, once again, battling for second and third in the championship. And if you've got Satellite Racing GTM out of the race now, they've retired to 265, you've got the composite number 12, who's also had a moment. You've had Emplower had a moment. It's almost at the moment turning into a who wants that P2 in the championship, because at the moment, nobody does. At this moment, if I'm just doing the maths, I think BRT Heimdall, for the benefit of being the car ahead of everybody else, bar Twin Term, would actually get that P2 in the GT Pro-Am Championship.
On a replay here, watching the 08 car. showing you a couple of camera shots there of the 08 wide in that corner there. So I wanted to talk real quick as we start to wrap up our second hour coverage here on GSRC. You know, Craig, that extra lap by Torque SimSport, to me as a team owner who focuses on official racing, the 12 hours and the 24s, I'm stoked because what that does is in math in my head, that cuts down on your final pit stop. And that's where you hope you gain all that time on your competitors. In a system like this with MTEC, we may or may not have more cautions. If you have more cautions, that advantage might not mean as much as it does in the official 12 hours, 24-hour races.
No, I mean, the only advantage would be that now you're on more fuel in the tank compared to your competition. But, you know, does that mean you're going to gain a position or two at the restart? Great. But you're still going to fight at the restart. So it's one of those where it can be help. It can also be a hindrance. If you were to go an extra lap on every stint of a race, you'd be looking at saving yourself a stint, maybe two, depending on how long the race is. Now, that sounds like it's good, but if you're not doing the right pace, it's not going to help you. Such I discovered last year at a race around a French track for a whole day. It was one of those situations where, yeah, we fuel saved an extra lap each time. Did it work for us? We were off pace. We had no chance of winning the race. We still got a podium. All we saved for ourselves was just an extra stint and a half. So it's a risk-reward, but at the end of the day, if the reward's just, you know, a melted chocolate coin, is it still worth it?
I mean, it's chocolate.
Yeah, British chocolate's okay, so yeah, no, it would be worth it.
Melted?
Chocolate is chocolate. I mean, that kid.
Yeah.
I live in Florida. All chocolate is melted after 2 minutes outside.
Yeah, I suppose if you're used to it, you know, but when you're over here, you don't, you know, you see the number 39 and you think that's basically your tire pressure, but then you see it's 39 Celsius. Oh no, what? We're not used to that, so cut me stumps like.
Okay, so here we see the air temperature is 27 Celsius, 80 Fahrenheit. So let's assume that's about, I think that means 24 Celsius is about 74 Fahrenheit or something like that. British chocolate will melt at anything over in the high 70 Fahrenheit. Of course, that's not a problem in England because it's cold there all the time. When you bring British chocolate to America, which I have many times, you've got to keep it in the fridge sometimes because a lot of people have their houses in the higher 70s, and that will cause British chocolate to melt a little bit.
Can I ask who keeps chocolate long enough to have it melt? Don't you just eat it when you get it? Like, what is this whole melting thing we're talking about? Like,
do you just buy one bar of chocolate? You buy a multi-pack. You buy like an assortment of them. You can't buy a pack of 8 bars of chocolate and eat all 8 in one go. Okay, I could, but you don't.
Yeah, it depends what kind of chocolate, yeah.
I mean, we are watching some traffic battles at the moment. By the way, if it's a peppermint bar, yes, but I won't talk to you the jokes. We are watching the traffic going. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought there for a moment. We are watching the traffic going by. Let
me just make this this last comment, hot take, and then we'll move on. York peppermint patty is the only chocolate you ever need in your life. A York peppermint patty. There you go. I did it.
Samuel gets back on track.
I shouldn't respond to that. Hey, there's lots of cars. They all got funny lights. It's a day race, but I guess we got a bunch of cloud cover right now, which is cooling the track temperature down a little bit. No, I'll knock on wood as soon as I say this, but things have been a little bit calmer here on the track. I mean, I know we've been watching all these GT cars running around 5th, nose to tail. We do have an LMP2 in the pits there.
Oh, we have an overtake for the lead of the GTs, though, just to interrupt. The 107 had the 107's just overtaken Twin Turn Sim Racing. All of a sudden, Torque's just got an on, and is there a problem? Because that Twin Turn is not driving as fast as I'd expect it. Is it, again, a case of new driver getting to grips? And again, remember, full fuel tank, heavy car, reacts a lot differently if you're used to sprint racing.
Well, and I will say, you know, we were talking a lot and joking about chocolate and melting and whatnot, but the track tip is changing and going back up again. I think track tip in Fahrenheit was above 100. Now it's back down to 98. So that temperature's changing pretty rapidly here, so I wonder if that's messing with the drivers as well.
Well, it is Sebastian Eisenberg. Remember, let's not forget, we mentioned that the GT drivers, the GT leaders, both did have a driver change. And Andre Wolf there, driving the 107 machine, he has been consistently clicking off 2-minute lap times. Sebastian's times have been a little bit slower. So yeah, I was kind of surprised to see this as well. I thought the 223 had a healthy lead, but sure enough, he has been a couple seconds a lap slower. Okay, just a second a lap slower there, you can see on the lap comparison, but still, that was enough, and Andre Wolf has been able to take over the class lead.
And Derek, you know yourself, Derek, there's just a warning being given out to 286 for blue flag behavior. You know yourself, Derek, that when you come into a team race like this, your drivers are not the same range of iRacing. You may have a guy that's a 3.9k driver, and then you've got a 3.2k driver. 700 iRating doesn't sound a lot when you're in that range. It can still be the issue of 2-3 tenths in some stages. Down in my level, where you've got a 3k driver and a 2.4k driver, that's half a second sometimes. So you do get these mismatches. We agree, Derek, that you get at the races where some teams may put in another fast driver, and you've got to put in your, I wouldn't say slower driver, but the more consistent driver that probably can't put in the same hot laps.
I've got to use that on my team next time. Hey, you're the more consistent driver. No, you're right. That said, this is where I have a hard time with this conversation, because I'm not the biggest believer in iRating equating to pace, because I think that at times it's not that way. There are some 1.8K or 1.5K drivers who could probably be very competitive in this field. And especially, honestly, for things like MTEC or other big events we see, endurance leagues or solo leagues on iRacing, because some of these guys don't touch officials, and their iRating will never change. So your point is valid that you have faster and slower drivers. I'm not sure that I'm ready to equate it purely to iRating.
I will say, you say about consistency, just remember what Daniel Morado always said, and my teammates are going to hate me for this. It's not the fastest lap, it's the fastest stint.
By the way, I missed the call out, so sorry, but the 67 was just lost an appeal.
No, they
for
appealed.
something.
They appealed their penalty.
Okay,
And it was upheld.
okay.
So what I will say, talking to you here, Derek, as a team owner then, let's say for whatever reason you did decide to believe in iRating. We've got Andre Wolf, who has a 4,000 iRating, just past Sebastian Eisenberg for the GT class lead, who has a 2,000 iRating. As a team owner, are you telling Sebastian, that's okay, we don't need you to be leading the race right now, we don't need you to be the fastest guy out there right now, your role in this race is to kind of just keep us up there, and then we will put our, when it comes crunch time late in the race, our faster driver, you can put our car in position so that when we do put our faster driver back in the car, he can get the job done?
Yes and no. And the reason I say no, which sounds counterintuitive at first, is that we have a rule at Top Ed Rossi Esports that if you've not done it before race day is not the day to test something new. So if my driver, who is a 2K or a 4K either way, has only been out there setting blistering laps all week in practice, race day is not the day for me to calm him down, get him to slow that pace and do something different, because that's when you're most likely to have a mistake happen. So yeah, I might say, hey, listen, to stick behind the guy and let's save a little bit of fuel or something. But I'm not going to change his approach to a race on race day. If we've spent 2 weeks practicing for this race, race day is not the day to be changing the mantra that driver has. So in a way, no. Although what you're saying sounds logical, but it can be very dangerous to try to get a driver to try something new on race day, because the consequences are very high for a mistake here.
I just wanted to interject there, because I have actually done the cardinal sin once, where we did look at telemetry the day before an event. I wouldn't say it made a difference, but yeah, it's one of those things. I've had it before as well during a 24-hour race. Somebody's gone, you can take that corner in second, and the other teammate just goes, don't tell him, just let him drive, he's fine. And you've just got to, if you want to do that, you pull me aside during the week. That's what the week is for. You don't pull someone aside the day of the race.
Like, there are times you have to say something like, hey, listen, we need you to save, 0.2 of a lap of gas.
Oh my, whoa, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, that's the 2-1-2 there. Eric Thomas just going for a massive send. The Composite 12 has sent on Scarlett DeMarco in the Emplower Eisenblut card, and they are just having a battle here. I thought it was just a battle between 7 and 8 in the 6th and 7th here. Scarlett, she's going to make a response here and held that position back, but that was a little bit of touchy there. This isn't touring car racing, this is GT racing. We don't want to be trading paint like that.
Interesting, though, that Eric's already kind of backed up and given that space back there was what stood out to me. Maybe he's just waiting to make a second run at it. I'm not sure.
Just keeping my eyes on. I was just trying to see if there was any damage from that little tap, but there isn't. But it almost looks like either Eric's just mistimed what Scarlett was doing, because remember, there was a car in front as well. Where they just mistimed what they were doing. But the thing is, making that move for Eric, it's actually cost both of them a little bit of time on the back of Josh Goin for the Goin Racing. And again, all of these cars battling again for that championship. You don't want to be making any issues here. You want to try and keep up, because we've seen already, thanks to Torque Simsport, Slipstream here could get you that extra lap.
I'm keeping an eye not too far back from behind what we're looking at on screen right now. Second and third may soon change hands over in GT as Sebastian Eisenberg continues to drop back pace-wise a little bit, and Robert Caster may soon think about taking that position, but got a nice little scrap on screen as well over in LMP2s as they work their way through Big Bend. We're approaching the completion of 2 hours here at Sebring International Raceway. Again, for those of you just joining us, over in LMP2, it was Satellite Racing who had the early advantage. They were fast in practice in qualifying and were leading the race earlier on until they were both involved in incidents. That's kind of handed the torch over to the number 14 Blue True Black machine. Meanwhile, things have been going back and forth between 3 cars over in GTs, the 107 Torque Sim Sport, the 223 Twin Turn Sim Racing, and the 191 Composite Performance. And there is the 191 Composite Performance who is chasing down that number 223 Twin Turn Sim Racing car for second in GTs. They're not technically in the same class. This is a GT Am being chased by a GT Pro. Remember, the number is the best way to identify that. If it has a 0 at the start of a number, it is an LMP2 Am. If it's a 100 number, it's a GT Pro. If it's a 200 number, it's a GT Am. But I have a feeling we're about to see a change for position here.
Would not surprise me, and this is going to be crucial for the composite performance, because these 2 Pro cars at the front of the field are the only ones that can win the Pro Championship. Twin Turn there, they don't have anything to lose. The championship is basically wrapped up for them today. But these 2 cars, before the start of this race, there was 25 points between them. And because Composite could do a qualifying and Torque couldn't, they get 5 points. That's going to help them. But at the end of the day, whoever comes out ahead with these 2 teams could basically decide the championship. And also in the backfield here, remember we've been talking that battle in the Pro-Ams there between the 212 of the Composite Performance 12, the 200 of M-Plower. Guess what's happened again? They've once again gone side by side into sunset, and the 212 could not make that move stick, and M-Plower holds on as they go into turn 1.
Derek and Craig, I think you two are both about to head out for a little while, so I'll let you share your final thoughts on the first 2 hours of action we've seen here. Derek?
Honestly, more calm than I was expecting. I think that's the best way to describe it. I'm really proud of these drivers and how well they've handled the temperature changes and the restart and everything. But yeah, very calm, very clean overall. So good job, and I'm excited to come back in 2 hours and see where this race has progressed to.
Craig?
Well, unfortunately, I won't be back in 2 hours. I will be popping up, but it's been fantastic to watch the start of the final race of MTEC, which has been a very nice contested championship yet again. And I've got to give a shout out, of course, to Majors Series for putting this on. It's been great to see the polite driving. As Derek said, it's been really well done. I was expecting to see a lot more incidents on the protest sheets, but it's been pretty clean. Knock on wood. Some really good, respectful driving out there. We hope to see that again. As I say that, there's the position just going once again with the 212 and the 200. They're going to be battles that are just going to be all around the field. And I don't think we're just going to see the end of just one overtake. It's not going to be like your 12 hours, folks.
And talking about hours, 2 hours are up. 6 hours left to go here at Sebring International Raceway. We're about to bring in a couple more commentators to help me out up here in the booth. I'm trying to get word from our director if we're taking a break first.
It's our better halves, Craig. He's replacing us with newer models.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the drinking game is World War II Airbase, and I've now said it 3 times, so keep your tabs on how many times every other crew say it. I'm pretty sure that I will probably win, because I've said World War II Airfield Base 4 times now.
All right, we are about to take a quick break as we let our other crew get in and settled here, and we'll be back to the World War II Air Force Base in just a moment. Hello and welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for round number 7, the finale of the MTEC Championship here. And we just saw an incident while we were in the break between the 200 and the 2. The number 200 gets up high over the curb, and we have seen a lot of wrecks happen at this turn today, or at this part of the circuit. It was a bit further along than this. And the number 2 LMP2 car, just an innocent victim, Justin. These curbs have really been throwing the curveball for some of the drivers today, and we're only 2 hours in.
Keep an eye on it into this section. Just runs a little bit of the curves to the left. And nowhere for the prototype to go as they come across the racetrack, and that kind of exacerbates the issue for M-Plower. Mandatory damage repair required as a result for the 200. Their race, at least in terms of contention, if it hasn't already gone out the window, is absolutely gone now.
And you do see a lot of LMP2s in the pits. These are scheduled stops coming in. As a matter of fact, number 14, class leader, is into the pits. Justin, I did want to take a moment to introduce you, but I wasn't planning on the crash happening right as we came back on. So, hello, welcome Justin Prince up here to the broadcast booth. Osian Pahaka will be joining us in just a moment. And Justin, here we are for season finale, LMP2s and GT3s racing at Sebring.
Been an intriguing season to say the very least. Blue Chew and both the satellite racing entries and the prototypes look strong. The LMP2 should say. You have quality control when it comes to the Pro-Am side, looking strong along with Blue Chew. And we've seen a lot of twists and turns on the GT side of the card throughout the entire season. It's intriguing, to say the very least, how the championships have played out and how tight the margins coming into today, at least, had been, and how they've really expanded and contracted as a result of some of the attrition and or some of the attendance here today.
Yeah, it looked like satellite racing with the 64 and the 67 were going to be posing a threat to that number 14 Blue True team over in the LMP2 Pro class. However, they both ran into early trouble. They've only lost 2 laps, but they haven't really had a lot of opportunity to get those laps back. We've only had 1 caution so far. Again, there may be a few more cautions left to come. They've been predetermined by the organisers, and they have not told us how many or when they will fly. And honestly, it's been a bit of a clean race. Normally in these endurance series, when you get to the last race of the season, if there's some teams that know that they're out of contention for the championship, they may not show up. So the car count is a little lower than normal. We still have a decent field here, though. 28 cars, 13 prototypes and 15 GT cars, and they've put on good racing so far. I think we've only had 1 or 2 retirements. What it does mean, though, is not a whole lot of attrition, not a whole lot of drama, and that's not good news for satellite racing. They haven't been able to get back up there.
Yeah, that's the toughest thing about an endurance race like this, is you never know when the attrition is going to strike. You count on some of it, but you don't count on, in some cases, to be honest, near dead zero. And hold on, full course yellow.
Second full course yellow of the day. Now, Mo Islam, oh, there we go, the 14's going by. So Mo Islam was leading in the number 13 and just came in for his scheduled stop. However, the 14 has already gone by, so it's not going to help him. The 13 is still going to lose positions here in the pit.
How about that for the timing, though? To say the very least, Islam, I think, still going to hold on to second spot here. It's more so going to be intriguing in terms of how I think it's going to be for the GT strategy, since this came right as the prototype window shut for everybody except for the 67 for Satellite.
Yeah, the problem for the 67 is they've ran into a couple penalties since their earlier incident. We'll see if the problem for 67 is a lot of cars are not going to pit under this safety car because they just pitted under green. So there's not going to be a whole lot of wave around opportunities here, I don't think.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get to the wave around situation is the tough part. They need a few different ones. In fact, you already see it right there. One of them is already stuck behind the queue and just lost the lap, mind you. So, depending on the time of the strategy there, they needed this caution like maybe a lap earlier, if not 2 laps earlier, to be able to be in front of the 14.
Well, things are about to get bunched up again. Obviously, it'll be a few minutes. We'll be running under the safety car here. We'll stay with you. A lot of these are GT cars getting the wave arounds right now. I haven't seen LMP2 cars go by. Again, this is all well organised by the MTEC officials. They're communicating to all the drivers and teams who's eligible for wave around, who's not. The number 105 is that orange car at the back. He's just been told he can be wave around. Unfortunately, the 105 is already multiple laps down from an incident earlier, and all the LMP2 cars staying out the way, getting this all nice and organised. Again, I do not anticipate pit road being very busy when it opens, because I think we've already had most of the cars come in for their scheduled stop, but it just happened that the predetermined time of caution happened to be right after those stops completed.
Now, but I'm more so curious how it's going to play out for the window again, like I said with GT, and kind of shrinks down the gaps per se, let's put it that way. Now, Torque had again picked up. So that's going to be the more prevalent thing to me, because when it comes to Torque, they've been lightning quick all season. It's been difficult to stay in front of Andre Wolf in his respective car in that class. So it's been lightning quick speed. For Blue Chew's case here, if anything, I'm more so intrigued on, can anyone try and keep the pressure up? Keep in mind, there are some traffic cars between them for now. Mo Islam has a clean car. 2 cars between the 2 leaders for now. Not so clean.
And one thing that we might want to keep an eye on in GTs, as you mentioned, GT stops might be interesting, because, yeah, it's the LMP2s have pit, but the GTs haven't, is this 191 we have on screen right now. Robert Cast has been behind the wheel of that car for 2 stints in a row. So, if Robert Cast is due for a driver change here, is that going to cost positions? This is what happened under the first caution. They were leading. They had to take a lengthier stop on their competition.
Yeah, I was going to say in regards to that question right now, that is a very important one to consider when it comes to the team side of things, in terms of making sure you match that drive time and don't have that mistake. Because keep in mind, when it comes to that 191 machine, you have to essentially have it where no driver completes more than 5 hours and 12 minutes. Looking at how Robert Cass has played things out, they're about dead even on the laps. It's more so going to be, or rather I should say, Ross Booth's only ran 19 to Cass's 45. I don't think there's too much of an issue per se yet. It's more so going to be the question mark of, past this point, do you start worrying? Because past this point, you're really pushing it right around that halfway point of the race in terms of the time left.
Sounds like I've got a technical issue to sort out with my microphone here, Justin, so I want to hand it over to you for a moment while I unplug and plug back in a couple of things.
While you do that, these drivers currently still trying to sort themselves out. Already some of the GT wave buys already signaled the previous time around, it's worth noting. So these respective teams getting themselves grouped together here. No peel-offs for the lanes yet. And drivers have just been told that they can increase the pace speed to 100 kilometers an hour, which is the speed limit of highways in Canada, 62 miles per hour in the sim for the time being. So, on that note, amongst those of note who are still several laps down, two that are some of the recovery drivers, I should mention, Century Sim Esports, Handsome Pete back there in 26th, overall 10 laps down. Might be able to pick up a spot at least on M-Plower as a result of some of the attrition. M-Plower, as mentioned, is out of the race as a result of that crash minutes ago. They'll pass on by. Pete Herod should next time by. You also have the R-Torque machine at the back of that grouping too, which also just passed by. Sven Urban, who is on that 9 laps down cycle still. So as these drivers continue to sort themselves out here in the top break in terms of some of the timing of this caution flight period 2 is Recycled Energy amongst those who is not in a situation to take the wave per se yet during this first course yellow flag as a result. We'll say there hasn't been a signal quite yet in terms of how this is going to play out. In terms of rather when this pit road entry signaled for this time around, mind you. And it's important to mention when it comes to this respective procedure here in MTEC competition that once they instruct those respective drivers in that line they can sort, once they're formed, they will instruct a double file for pacing speed, and then the pit lane will said open up. And Mr. Puhak, I believe, just joined us in here. So you're right into the flames here. We're under the full course yellow. How are you feeling about this race, in your opinion, based on the 10 seconds you just heard?
It's been lovely so far. I mean, watching all these race cars pacing around the Sebring International Raceway, well, even at pace speed, it can be a treacherous place.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
We've got you good.
Oh, right, yay. Got my technical issues resolved. Well, hi, welcome here, Asan. We're about 2.5 hours into this race so far. And I'll tell you one thing that's nice to see is that these 2 cautions so far, and honestly just clean racing, have kept pretty much all of the LMP2 cars and a lot of the LMP2 leaders and a lot of the GT leaders on the same lap. So great action there to see on both sides. Don't anticipate a whole lot of LMP2s coming into the pit, but GTs should be quite busy.
I think so. There are some of the lap down cars coming into the pit lane, and there is to be expected. Some of the GTs coming right in and quickly, in fact, the whole parade.
Yep, it's time for everybody to get that service in, get some fresh tires in there. You can see the cars just rising up onto the tracks, getting 4 new tires on them, as well as a full tank of fuel. This is what you're supposed to do, and this is what you expect everybody to do. And a great chance, since we're in safety car conditions, if there is damage in these cars, and it can be a damaging racetrack, there's been a lot of multi-class racing, some contact as well, to get that damage repaired as well without losing too much. Usually, like endurance racing, any sort of racing, it's about minimizing the time lost on the pits when you do have pit stops. But this time around, you can really get some repairs going. You can get that car into prime condition and then get it back on the road as good as it will be. So it's a great chance for these drivers to maybe grab a little bit of breath, talk with their teammates, talk on the team radio, you know, talk about what you want to do, how do you want to approach the rest of the racing, what is the condition of the car, what's our situation, so on and so forth. Of course, it's going to throw strategy right out the window, but perhaps that's expected with the rules of the series. These teams should be used to that by now, and as such, you will have to be able to adapt as you go.
Well, The 191 did have a lengthy stop, as we anticipated. They did have a driver change. However, it hasn't hurt them too much, Justin. Ross Booth is behind the wheel of a 191 car, has only dropped back to 3rd place, and it still has that damage on the nose. Obviously, the team does not think that damage is worth them sitting in the pits any longer to repair. They said, let's keep it on there, let's race with it. They get back out there, and they're still in a podium position.
I've seen drivers do decently well despite that little bit of damage. I don't think that's the major concern. If it's suspension-wise, you're getting it repaired. So if they're not getting a fix like this, I think they're thinking track position is more critical than taking the time to be able to make it very smooth.
We'll see if we're going back to green flag racing this time. The cars have been able to catch up this lead train pretty quickly. Again, we had a clean start to this race and a clean restart when we got indeed we are getting a restart this lap. So we anticipate things to be fairly clean, but you do have to wonder now with these rival teams on top of each other at the front of the LMP2s, will things start to get wild as we get ever deeper into this race, Hassan?
That is true, and we're, despite, being many hours gone by in this race, we got an 8-hour race, and we still got, we got 2.5 hours done. We still got like 5.5 hours left, so nothing's said and done just yet. You just wanna make sure that you're mentally in the right place, that you're physically in the right place, that you're ready to get back going once the flag drops. Right now you had a bit of a chance to take a breather, but especially for the new drivers out there, normally you come in straight out of the pit lane and get back going. This time around you had a chance to settle in a little bit, but let's see how these drivers approach as we get ready to restart.
And the driver bringing them back to the green flag will be Nathan Drew. Again, this is all run by the league. There is no iRacing pace car out there on the track. You will not see Barney the flagman drop a green flag. It will be in control of the driver of that number 14 Blue Tree machine as he comes out of Sunset here. He will get us back running, and hopefully this time the GT3 leaders remember to keep a gap. And Nathan is on the loud pedal and pulling away, already several car lengths over the rest of the prototype field. He's going to have a track all to himself. It looks like the GT3s did not leave a gap, Justin.
If anything, I think Andre Wolf tried to pass some of the LMP2s. Yeah, he did. Down across the start and finish line, so I'm not sure how race control is going to see that. It's got such a greater start than some of the prototypes.
Yeah, and there were warnings given out after the first restart for not leaving the gap, so we'll have to wait and see if there's any penalties. Other than that, though, a rather clean restart. Everyone running single file. They know there's a lot of racing left this time.
There indeed is, and I'm really curious about that one because, I mean, maybe Andre was trying to, get himself some sort of an advantage over the rest of the GT field, which really didn't work out, but that's a really, really dangerous thing to do. Not only because you're essentially putting yourself between a lot of faster cars, but also if there is something that happens in the prototype field, well, that's why you leave the gaps. So if there's something that happens in the prototype fields, you have time to react, so it doesn't end up with the GT cars plowing straight into the same pile, so to speak. So it's really curious to see how race control will look at this situation. If there were warnings given already, then I see no other approach here than to really give at least a very strict reprimand, perhaps in the form of penalty.
Well, we'll have to see how that unfolds. Meanwhile, at the front of the LMP2 field, the driver right behind our race leader is one of the satellite lapped cars, Justin. And so I've got to imagine, if you're Nathan Drew, do you fight this one? If that 64 comes at you, you know that driver has pace, although that car's a little bit beaten up. Do you try and keep them 2 laps down to prevent the chance of them getting back on the lead lap later on? Or do you say, hey, this isn't my battle right now, you go ahead, I've got a race to lead?
I think, honestly, it depends, really, on what happens with Mo Islam's car right there, back there. So if it gets to where the Satellite Racing red car is quicker, despite the damage, than Blue Chew, I wouldn't be surprised to say, you know what, go ahead, get yourself a distance, deal with a little of the ramifications, yes, but also use them as this fuel-saving device, if anything, up at the front of the pack. If they are slower, they feel, the Saturday Racing red car with the damage, or Blue Chew feels that way, I don't think they necessarily would be happy if there's a pass done. So it's kind of a catch-22 situation where it's dependent on really what plays out long-term, because Satellite Racing Red, for anything in regards, seems for the most part somewhat clean now, and is doing well, but they also are doing so with the draft.
Passing opportunities on the track. First they've got to get through these corners here. This is where the 64 crashed while leading earlier, got a bit too much of that curb on exit. We've seen a few cars do that today, hit that curb and spin off onto the wall on the inside. Get through it cleanly this time though. So here are the two best passing opportunities on the racetrack, but we've gone back to the GT cars. We'll keep you abreast of what goes on with the LMP2 leaders too, but we've got a nice little battle for the lead shaping up here back in GT3's, Hassan.
We indeed do, and it's been Andre Wolf for Torque Sim Sport and Ross Booth for Composite Performance that been really, not only have they been fighting for the lead, but I believe Ross is trusting Andre's pace enough to just follow him through. He may have had a couple of opportunities to pull alongside, but there's no point to do that at this point in time yet, because they're dropping back Jaden Hopp, they're dropping back Michael Marlowe, they're dropping back Eric Thomas. So it's really these two, as I say that, Ross Booth pulls alongside.
Well, we were wondering a little bit earlier, that little kink in the nose of that 191 car was slowing it down. It does not seem to be the case, because they've executed a nice pass for the lead in GT3 there, Justin.
Nicely done with the slipstream, and that's again what I thought. If you end up having a solid race car, the setup can really overpower even that little tiny bit of damage per se. Now it's the question mark of, is Andre Wolf trying to play the full strategy game? Because notice in terms of strategy, in terms of stops, one stop was 25 seconds, one was 31 seconds. Guess which of the two had the 25? The one who's now in second.
Yeah, I think Ross Booth also does have the pace here to outperform. And remember, the pro drivers have a bit more of an incentive here in the GT race because, well, I say pro drivers, there's literally just 3 of them, and the number 105 car's multiple laps down. So this is really the GT Pro race. These are the only 2 cars really in contention, and they've got 5.5 hours left to sort this out among themselves. But they're the ones who have to fight, because over in the GTD side of things, although the field is a lot bigger, the twin-turn Sim Racing 223 car has been dominating that championship. So not as much up for grabs there on the championship side of things, Hassan.
No, not that much really, and Marlowe's feeling pretty comfortable behind the wheel of that race car potentially, but I'm really curious to see what happens here between Booth and Wolf now. Was that like, because Wolf let him go really easily last time around on the main straight. I wonder if they're swapping the lead to try and create a gap behind them, so they have some room to walk with here, or is it really just that Ross Booth is feeling a lot faster at this point in time, and Wolf is really focused on trying to save fuel behind him, because fuel saving is also an important part of endurance racing, and whoever is in that draft will have the advantage when it comes to the saving game, as we saw some of the prototypes getting past them. Looking at the lap times, it's 2:00.8 for Ross Booth, 2:01.2 for Andre Wolf, and then it's Hop with a 1.5, Marlowe with a 2.0, and then it's a 2:02s pretty much for the rest of the field chasing them. So they are in a class of their own, as one might expect, but still probably just trying to maximize their performance over the length of stint rather than looking for short-term gains, which is the correct game plan.
And let's not forget, even though there's 5.5 hours left, there are points that are being handed out in 90 minutes time at the halfway point of this race. So there is an incentive for these 2 pro drivers to be in front at that point in time. Meanwhile, I've been keeping an eye on the LMP2 leader. Again, the car behind him is a lapped car, but has still not made his way by the 64. I wonder if they're even playing a fuel-saving game, or if they just haven't found an opportunity yet to find a way by. I don't think they've had a driver change behind the wheel of that satellite racing red machine yet today, although they've been multiple laps down, so I confess I haven't been paying too much attention. Let's see if they can make something happen out of Big Bend here. No, not a good enough run, Justin.
Yeah, I think right now, essentially, they're just stuck behind, just trying to save on the fuel strategy. Try and see if they can maybe hope for the luck to play their way how close it was the last time. So I think it's just, again, the patience game. Just let the strategy play the way it is going.
And sure enough, Alex Gull has been behind the wheel of that 64 car all race long. So he's definitely had an eventful race, was leading it and then involved in a wreck. And now he's trying to come back, currently 2 laps down. But if he could pass that number 14 car, he would be only 1 lap down. Again, the 14, though, might not be willing to just give it to him, because if 64 was able to get back into the race, it is a championship contender. Right now, with those satellite racing cars multiple laps down, the 14 is looking good not only for the race win, but the championship. Does have to navigate his way through a bit of GT traffic there, though, Osan.
Yeah, he does, and you can see Alex Gall, he's a very, very rapid driver. I know him pretty well. He's been driving for the satellite racing team for a while, and really one of the fastest drivers out here in this field. Probably finding, as you said earlier, himself in a bit of a catch-22 situation, because he probably does have the pace over Nathan Chu, even if there is a draft in play, but he doesn't have enough of a pace overlap, or there is not enough of a pace difference for him to just go out there and pass him and then run away. So he's gonna really create a difficult situation if he does the pass right now. What I think Alex Gall is doing is conserving right now, playing the long game once again, trying to save a little bit of fuel, a little bit of tire at this point in time. Watch what happens with the 14 and then get past him if an opportunity presents itself. But it needs to be a clear opportunity. Right now, such hasn't come yet, so he's pretty well settled behind him, but you can see him getting closer and closer, inching closer, just giving the signal that, hey, we are faster. And I wouldn't be too surprised if there's some inter-team communication happening on the pit wall as well, just trying to discuss, can you let us go? Is it alright if we pass? Sometimes you have to make those decisions, and you have to make those communications to another team as well, to make sure that all of you are on the same page, because drivers can easily interpret certain situations, certain actions differently than what might actually be the case. You can see Alex here really, really, really close to him now, almost making contact going into the Le Mans complex, but nothing happens there yet. I wonder if he's going for a pass this time around. No, he can't get the exit.
Oh, it wasn't a clean exit, though, for our race leader either. But yeah, that's definitely... That is not fuel save follow territory. That is, I want to get past you follow territory, even taking a different line through Sunset there. The problem is, the 14 of Nathan Drew, he's got to be wary of the fact that the 13 of Mo Islam is only a couple seconds behind. And what he doesn't want to do, Justin, is let the 64 by. If that front end damage of the 64 is slowing him down a bit, that could cause the 13 to catch them both up.
Exactly, and that's going to be the toughest part when it comes to Nathan Drew here is, and that's going to be the frustrating part here is, you're talking about someone 2 laps down. That's absolutely infuriating if you end up battling way too much. I will say this as well, one of their fellow drivers, Gabriel Ruiz, has said himself that it feels like they might have too much damage to make the pass, and right now, that's part of the play. Here's the toughest part, traffic might open up a door here as the 200 has found an extra life.
Oh, it's looking... I think we're about 7 laps since the restart. It's about 8-9 laps after the restarts that we see these prototype leaders really get involved with the heavy part of a GT field. So I think that's going to be coming within the next couple of laps here, and that could definitely mix things up. The other thing I will say, talking about the restart, we haven't seen anything from race control telling the GT leaders off for not leading the gap. So it looks like they got away without a penalty on that one, Hassan.
Yeah, and it's really surprising if there was a warning earlier. Wow, that's a really big slide coming onto the back straight. Nathan Chu, he's been taking chances, as you noticed earlier, Sam. He's been taking chances with that corner all the way throughout this stint, and you can see Alex Gals just not really taking, well, he's taking a different line, but that's almost like his line into the Sunset Bend. It's a corner of 1,000 different racing lines, and that's he's taking it a little bit tighter into the corner. But yeah, it's one of those places where I think Nathan would be perhaps best served to calm down a little bit. I know he's leading the race, I know this has championship implications, but I think he's letting the situation get under his skin a little bit too much, overdriving the car just a bit, and it's not something that he can maintain over the course of a stint. It's not sustainable. So it's gonna end in two ways. Either he backs off just a little bit, doesn't need to be much, just getting on the throttle a little bit later in that corner, which is probably the adjustment that he is going to make, or alternatively, there is going to be a crash.
Not too much longer. Yeah, not too much longer until these guys catch a GT field, and then things could definitely get a little bit spicy. We're also taking a look back further in the LMP2 field here, where, boy, we've got a pack of cars racing about 6th place.
Yeah, this is becoming a hornet's nest when it comes to some of these battles right now. Quality control machines, I think, just trying to fight amongst themselves at this point. And that's been kind of the case throughout much of the season. We've seen that several different circuits. They like to battle amongst each other.
So, and things I think will get really interesting when this pack of cars in about 2 laps time catches the GT field. Again, I always think those battles are interesting after a restart because of how tightly packed everyone still is. The 2 GT leaders, the 2 GT Pro leaders, you see still on screen, separated by about a second, but again, might be seeing a similar thing as what we're seeing over in the LMP2s here, where the number 107 is just content to run second right now, save fuel, which was a strategy we actually saw them play earlier on, though, Simon.
Yes, and it's a good strategy. It's a default one in any endurance race. Anytime you can save on the pit lane is going to be worth its weight in gold. Any laps that you can make up over the rest of the field is going to be worth its weight in gold. And really, if you got 2 cars in a similar pace, there is no point battling at this point. I know it's boring for the viewers. I know it's kind of a milquetoast answer, really. But otherwise, it's what the driver will do. You settle into the rhythm, you let somebody else take the lead, and for a lot of drivers it's more comfortable that way as well. Meanwhile, I should mention the 67 Satellite Racing is now making moves over the rest of the lap cars that are ahead. Chris Bell just making a nice lunge into the hairpin and getting past Steven Wettstein in the quality control racing 063 and elevating himself a little bit further up in this queue.
Yeah, so the 67 opted to pit under that last caution, whereas the 64 did not. And the 14! Our race leader has just hit a GT car. He's gotten away with it, but the GT car is sitting backwards on the XL for turn.
That's Ben Urban of Torque Sim Sport.
Oh, that's getting really heated now. That's going to be really tough breaks there. You need to be smarter when it comes to that situation, especially when you're the prototype, especially when you're the overall leader. That door wasn't really even open.
That could be a penalty, don't you think, Justin?
That could absolutely be a penalty.
Well, I sure hope somebody picks up that phone, because I think I called it.
Nicely done. Get some old Bills on statements back in the booth. I know you all can't hear our director, but he liked that one. Well done, Hassan.
Thanks. No, it's not what I like to see. I mean, it's not schadenfreude that you're hearing. It's not feeling joy over somebody else's misfortune. But it's really one of those situations where you just push it and push it and push it and at some point it's going to break, and you either have to stop pushing or you're going to break something. And in that case, just trying to take too much of a chance with a lapped car, braking a little bit too late. In his defense, I will say that it's very difficult to judge braking points sometimes on the inside, especially in multi-class traffic, where you kind of leave the braking as late as possible, but you don't really see very well how much earlier the GD car has to brake, and you're just overshooting it a little bit. And at that point, you're really a passenger. Once you made the decision to go into the brake pedal a little bit too late, you're a passenger at this point. And if you're going to run into somebody, there's nothing you can do to really stop that crash from happening. But at the same time, it's also a conscious decision to brake that a little bit later, to try and create that advantage, to try and make up just a little bit more time. And eventually, it led to a very unfortunate situation where an innocent GD car got turned around and now finds themselves with plenty of damage. Sven Urban, Torque Sim Sport, by Pupnet, GmbH. Gotta mention those sponsors as well. Just already a couple of laps down, but really not the kind of situation they were wanting or hoping for.
And again, we do not have confirmation yet or anything about the 14 getting penalised for that. We'll keep you abreast on if we do hear anything. But obviously that would be good news for the 64 if they did. Well, it would be good news for the 64 because they would get one of their laps back. It would be good news for the 13, the composite performance machine, because that means they would inherit the overall lead. Again, though, no word from race control yet as we continue to watch the GT3 battle for the lead here, Justin, where they're not really a battle for the lead, just kind of running one behind each other. And actually, that's the LMP2 leaders catching them there.
Traffic management about to be huge when it comes to this battle right now for the most part. Torque Sim Sport, I think if anything, like I said before, just trying to keep it strategy based, save, then pass Booth after the pit stops coming up. So I think that's the play. Look at how tight those prototypes got though, trying to slip and slide. Alex Gow nearly ran over the back wing of the blue machine.
I wonder if we'll get word if there won't be a penalty. I'm sure the 64's kind of just hanging in there thinking, just waiting for the word. But nothing's came down yet, like we say. And now that the LMP2s have kind of gotten through all that GT traffic, if a 14 did have to come in for a drive-through or anything, it means the 64 would lose its drafting partner. Again, probably trying to save a little bit of fuel there as they go along.
Yeah, right now for the most part, just the strategy marks, trying to stay the patience marks. I think it's going to come down to the team side of thing more than anything if they apply for something. The last time anyone tried to file for a protest was about an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours ago. So it's up to the team, I think, more so in itself that was involved in that, if they want to pursue it during the race or post-race, which is the critical part. If it's the post side, it could be a busy time. Here's the thing. I believe the car they got involved with is still running decently, at least, as the one bright side.
And we're seeing more LMP2 cars trying to work their way by the GT leaders here. Obviously, we're not even halfway yet, so even though these drivers we're seeing on screen are racing in 4th and 5th positions in class, are still running in positions where we might be talking about these cars battling for the lead later on as the GT3 leaders get quite close on the exit there of the hairpin. Run down to Cunningham. Doesn't look like there's going to be a change for position. As you said there, Cyan, I think they're happy they're just running the order they are now. Yeah, I think it's finally happening. I think 14 is letting the 64 by.
Yep, that is exactly what's happening there out there on the lead of the racetrack. So let's see. That's a good save.
That's not letting it through. That's trying to make sure you keep them pin laps down there.
Oh, so, yeah, the 14 does not want to let the 64 get a lap back, and they've got a GT car here. Oh, the GT car says, I'm not having any of that.
Yeah, Nicholas Schwartz said, I'm about to jump out of the way. Good job by him, because that was really two angry bees approaching, but I think Alex Gall might have already got that done. Now we'll have to see if he can manage to stay ahead, because he's got problems with the top speed. And here comes Chu to the inside once again.
Side by side on the run down to turn 3, but it looks like the 64 has finally got his lap back. Now, he is still 1 lap down, the tail end of 1 lap down. Again, we don't know when the next randomly generated caution flag is going to fly. There might not even be another one, but I bet you that 64 wishes it would happen right now.
I mean, absolutely at this point. Oh, this is more battling going down the straightaway. Some of these drivers have been having a lot of wrestling matches on top of it, such as the CMS Racing Endurance Car, the Torque Sim Sport by 8 shirts, the E Machine, and the Ferrari has been having to fight a lot. Oh, and this is what traffic's trying to get through.
Yeah, so the LMP2 car trying to clear his way here through around Big Bend. We saw cars go 3 wide down here earlier. Of course, one of those cars ended up in the walls, so it doesn't always work. By the way, the gap for the lead you can see on the left side of your screen, even though the 14 did lose that position on track to the 64, still holding a nice 3-second lead over the 13 car. Hassan?
Yeah, he is, and just means, you know, Mo Islam perhaps not wide. Well, of course, there's been time caught 2 seconds last time around, but Mo Islam perhaps not intent on running at full tilt just yet. We'll have to see what his full pace is led on, but it's a really interesting storyline what's happening between 64 and the 14. The 14 is able to stay quite close in a straight line, able to catch up on a straight line, but the 64 Alex Gall is really starting to run away in these fast corners now. You can see in turn number 1. Granted, dirty air is having an effect on the 14 as well, but really you could see in turn number 1 and that first sector of the racetrack how much better Alex Gall was able to plant his car down with, how much better he was able to plant his car on the racetrack, and how much more pace he has in reserve. And I got this sinking feeling that Nathan's really trying to push his car to the very limit, which is respectable once again. But as I mentioned earlier on, it might lead to even more mistakes, and that's the last thing they want.
Justin, what's happened here? The 88 car in the pits.
Curbing has really caught a lot of drivers off guard. This time, it's the same curbing as before, heading up to Le Mans. Watch, again, it's the same section that we've seen a couple catch out guard. Again, left side tires to the curb. Car into the tires. Car destroyed. BRT Odin now mandatory damage repairs because of that curbing again.
Now, previous commentary team was saying that's not normally a place where you see wrecks, but we've seen about 4 or 5 here today.
Yeah, I think it's more so because, not necessarily because of the section, but just because of the weight shift. You see how it picks the curbing up on the left side for the car, I should say? That's enough to destabilize and weight shift your car, lose the traction on the front tires, or rather the left side tires, and that's enough that's causing these cars to spin around, like we've seen a couple times.
And that car, the number 88 BRT Odin machine, was 4th in LMP2 Pro standings. It was tied for 3rd with the number 67, which of course ran into trouble earlier. So now it's going to be a race between the mechanics. Can the 88 mechanics get that car out ahead of a 67, Osan?
That's a good question. You should ask them. No, but it really is. That's a fair point, Sam, to make. And really, now you have to wait and wonder how quickly they can do that repair job. But it's not looking too good. It was a hard impact into the wall, and seeing as they towed the car, had to take the tow to the pit lane, couldn't even drive it back to the pit lane. It's gonna be a long tow, then it's gonna be a long repair job. And I think at this point in time, I'm not sure if they're able to make it back in 3-4 laps time. It might be more damaged than it looks on the surface. And even then, even if they are able to get the car back up and going, the number 88, I wonder how much pace it has, because if that undercarriage, under tray of the car is damaged, and it looks that way, and the splitter is damaged, then you essentially are giving up so much downforce, so much performance up, that it might be not even worth to get back out there on the racetrack at all if the car is multiple seconds off the pace. It's not fun for the drivers, it's not really good for your opposition either to have one car that is much lower than expected, especially if it forms a danger to other drivers. So we are hoping that they can get back going in a relatively quick fashion, but otherwise it might be just one tiny driver error leading to a complete disaster.
There haven't been that many retirements so far, so definitely would be unfortunate to see another driver enter that list, another team enter that list of DNFs, especially considering the fact we're not even 3 hours into this 8-hour race. The GT leaders continuing to run one behind the other. The 14, meanwhile, in LMP2 continues to hold a nice 4-second lead up front there. Now, we did see earlier in the race, has this actually changed? Was Andre Wolff always ahead?
Well, Andre Wolff indeed has shuffled in front of Ross Booth as a result. Yes, a couple laps ago, I think the swap was done, yes.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Justin, this actually happened earlier where the 107 team was saving fuel, and then at a point they realized they saved enough and they went in front. So I think that's what we've seen here again. Here is a replay from earlier.
Yeah, just a couple laps ago. Yep, you see already some struggles just for the corners already. Good launch with the fires flaming out through the gears for Torque Sim Sport, getting the good launch. There's the draft picked up the almond straight. Simple as that. Get up the right side. Say, okay, this time we're not going to save. This time we're going to go back in front. We've hit our number. Let's go.
Well, good news for them. Bad news still over in the LMP2 number 88 camp, where that car is still sitting in the pits, has fallen far behind the 67 at this point, and unfortunately, it looked like they were going to be able to get third in the points. Doesn't look that way anymore. Hassan?
No, it doesn't, and that's a shame for them, but they just have to battle on and keep on soldiering. See if something drops into their lap, and you often find that to be this is sort of the lull of the race, where all the excitement, all the hard battling post restart, post safety car has now surpassed, and you're really starting to get back into the rhythm, and you realize it's 3 hours behind you, 5 hours ahead of you. So yeah, it's at this point settle into the rhythm and settle into a consistent pace and see what happens toward later on. As you said, we have these randomly generated yellow flags that we might get, just like in NASCAR, haha. And then who knows what happens then, where you are strategy-wise. Are you just about to have your pit stop, or have you just had your pit stop? Do you lose a lot of ground on track? Do you gain a lot of ground on track? Do you happen to be a lap behind? All of those things are something that must be taken into consideration, so giving up is not really an option, but at the same time, pace-wise, it's so depressing when purely pace-wise you just don't have the answer to, and don't have the means to be where you want to be and where you need to be in terms of the championship.
Well, we're watching the teammates here, the quality teammates running in 6th and 7th positions, I believe they are. Well, actually, they're running 5th through 7th. But what we're seeing at the front of this picture is the lap to number 67 satellite team. I started to say this earlier, and then something happened. They pitted under the last caution, and the reason they did that was because they needed to, strategy-wise. So they're out there. I should imagine they have fresh tyres, and Chris Bell was behind the wheel running pretty fast lap times, and has been passing a lot of these cars on the lead lap. So, of course, he would love to work his way all the way up to the lead and be in the same position that the 64 is, where he's the tail end of one lap down, but he's got a lot of work to get there, Justin.
A lot of work, a lot in terms of time I think he's going to need to have. as well as a lot of bit of luck to close it up fully, to be honest with you. And here's the major concern too. What about the potential of the blue flag side of things? Well, I'm looking towards the protest sheet. We may or may not have a certain protest being approached here to the last battle like that.
Yeah, I'm just reading the notes you put in the chat here. The 64 has been protested by the number 14. We thought the 14 might have been in danger of a penalty for spinning that GT car, but the 14 doesn't like the fact that I guess the 64, a lapped car, was racing them hard. I don't think anyone's going to buy that as a protest. It's anyone has a right to race to get a lap back.
Here's the reason I mentioned that. It appears that there is a response that hasn't been forwarded quite yet, where we may see it in the next moment. Possible drive-through coming up for the blue flag violation.
Well, we'll see.
There it is.
I don't know if I like that. He has a right to race for a lap back, but maybe that's just me coming from the oval side of things.
Yeah, you don't have that on the roadside. On the roadside, you got blue flags, and you have to obey the blue flags. If you are lap down, even if you are faster, you're not allowed to impede the progress of a car in the lead lap. So that's how the ruling goes. But obviously, the 64 were in a situation. It's a weird situation where they were really just on an equal pace, perhaps even faster than the 14, just wanting to get their lap back. The 14 wasn't having any of it, and it turned into a battle. And after it turned into a battle, well, obviously the 64 got penalized for it. I don't really like that either, but if we're going by the rule book, and the stewards always have to go by the rule book, they cannot afford to be subjective about the situation, then it is the correct call, as much as I may dislike it personally.
To read the exact ruling from Race Control, it mentions they felt there wasn't a significant pace advantage. And we were talking about that, the potential to damage. There already has been an appeal filed. It's worth noting. So they have filed an appeal.
If there's a significant pace advantage, why couldn't he keep him behind?
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be the major question mark in this. Keep in mind, it was a wrestling match in the first place with a battle, albeit since then they've zipped on by a fair bit from Blue Chew Black. It's taken the long run for it to happen. And they're having to come in for the penalty.
Yeah, they are. And I feel like the key word here is significant. There was a pace advantage, but is it significant enough? The stewards are saying no, but there is an appeal until 10. Alex will, however, have to take his penalty.
This is not
a drive-through.
Yeah, this is not a penalty. This is a scheduled stop. I've noticed this coming up. We are at the end of the LMP2 fuel window, so the 64 is coming in for a regular pit stop here. They are not serving their penalty.
Yeah, I was thinking it's weird to serve your penalty and 10 when it's under appeal. Like it's a little bit backwards. Like either they've given it up completely, or indeed the damaged car is using a little bit more fuel, and as a result they have to pit a little bit earlier than the 14. I think that might be the case. And now just sitting there, getting their tank filled, getting some fresh rubber on, and then back out there on the racetrack goes Alex Gall. Now with a heavy sword, really under the sword of Damocles, I would say.
I will say this now too, to add to the intrigue here, as you see the Blue Chew machine get the pit stops done. Blue Chew Black now, we talked about the potential protest. Guess who just got one filed against them from the car they hit?
Oh, interesting. And Sam, that's perhaps as expected. Maybe they couldn't just do it earlier on, file the protest, and they reviewed the situation. Maybe waiting to get a teammate back and saying, oh, can you take a look at the situation a couple of laps back? I got spun around, and then sure enough, filing the protest. So, a lot of work on the stewards' table now.
Nowhere at the top of the hour. We were anticipating taking a break, but I think I want to stick around here a couple of minutes, see how this all unfolds. I will make a note that the number 14 has come in for his scheduled pit stop as the LMP2s wrap up. And maybe we should take a break here, because that'll give us a window to do that and come back before the GT cars pit in about 10 minutes time for their scheduled stops, and we'll see who's leading this GT battle after this. I will make a note that they've had a driver change for the number 14, the lead LMP2 car. Nate Gruchelski will be behind the wheel of the overall race leader. Temporarily, the 13 has taken the lead, but of course he'll have to pit within a couple of laps. Well, we're going to take a quick break here on GSRC and let the stewards make their decisions. We'll let you know what they are when we come back here to Sebring International Raceway. Hello and welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for round 7, the finale of the MTEC series. Quick update on the LMP2 order and the GT order, and then we'll talk about the penalty situation. LMP2 is still being led by the 14 after they have completed their round of stops, holding an 8.5 second lead over the 13 composite performance machine. The GT leaders are still nose to tail, the 107 and the 191, as they approach around the pit stops. Penalty update. We have not heard anything about the protest that was handed on the number 14 for getting into that GT car. But as actually the GT lead just changed hands, the number 191 just took it back from the 107, but they don't pit yet. The 64, going by a spinning GT car, has been black flagged. Their appeal was denied. They will have to come and serve a drive-through penalty, Justin.
Well, howdy do indeed. And again, the argument was not so much the impediment after they passed them, it was the battle in of itself, which was a significant battle in amongst itself with the back and forth and some of the rubbing of the fenders that we've seen nearly there. So I think that's the argument based on what we're seeing for the race control ruling. And in turn, this car has to come down again.
Asan, OC, what are your thoughts?
It's well, the race control has made their decision. It went according to the official rule book. So a protest was made, protest was approved, it was appealed, the appeal was denied, and as a result of that, the race control felt that there was impediment, blue flag violation was made, and that there was not, and it's once again going to hang over the board significant, that there wasn't a significant pace advantage that the 64 had over the 14 to justify passing them despite being multiple laps down, and or even one lap down indeed would be enough in that case. So they were under blue flag conditions. That's the ruling, and if that, I'm not going to argue with the ruling. I don't think there was a significant pace advantage either. It was less than half a second per lap that they were faster. So by those means, I can see why the 14 protested. At the same time, personally, I feel that this could have been handled in a lot more mature manner between the racing drivers themselves, as we see Alex Gall coming to take the penalty, the 64 coming for their drive-through. It could have been communicated better. With the 14 could have taken a bit of an advantage of the 64 by trying to save fuel behind them, getting a little bit faster, knowing that they both have things to gain from it, but obviously they didn't want to give that lap back, which is fair enough. They're a competitor after all, and as a result of that, you know, things happen. There wasn't anything wrong. I will say also this, there wasn't anything wrong in the battle itself. The battle itself was clean. It was feisty, but clean. The problem was that one of the participants in the battle was multiple laps down.
Exactly.
Full disclosure, we did have Burton Williams, who's a fellow co-driver of the 64 car, mic'd up ready for interview as the protest was happening, but once the decision was handed down, is no longer in the ready for interview booth. So we'll continue because we got this nice little battle for the GT lead here. It is also worth mentioning, actually, Alex Gall has been behind of that wheel the entire time. He's been racing out there for almost 4 hours in that number 64 car.
Yeah, it's been intriguing in terms of how this played
14
out.
penalty. Our overall leader is getting a penalty for hitting that GT car we saw in traffic earlier on.
Well, we were expecting penalty from that. We've gotten the said penalty from that, and this has some ramifications in amongst itself. So we'll have to see again how this goes now for the rest of the way, because this puts Composite right up at the top of the pylon, and even that's not secure, that advantage that's about to be formed, because Apex missers have not been missing their marks now.
Well done.
No, seriously, they haven't been missing their marks. Within half a second of now what's going to be the lead, they obviously have a shot here.
Yeah, they do. I absolutely agree with you, Justin. It's just nice play on the team name as well. I do like that livery, by the way. But yeah, Frank Smith is right behind Mo Islam here. They're going through turn number 1 in what's about to be, unless it's appealed, the protest is appealed, the decision is appealed, then this is about to be the lead battle. And this goes back to what I said earlier on, Sam, regarding the number 14 and how they were overdriving. Yes, they got that minor victory over the 64 in that they were able to push the 64 way back behind them. But in doing so, in battling so hard, in overdriving the car, they did a violation. And as a result of that violation, as a result of that driver error, they hit a GD car and got penalized for it. And now, instead of having this comfortable lead, I don't think the situation would be too different if the 64 was allowed to pass. They now find themselves in a situation where they will most likely be around 6, 7, 8 seconds behind this duo, which from a broadcasting point of view, from a spectator point of view, makes things all the more interesting, because the 14 has been fast all day long. As I was thinking Frog Smith was going to go for it, he's still going for it, Sam.
Yeah, he is, and he's going to take it. So this is essentially the change for the lead in the LMP2 class and overall. Now, the GT drivers pitted one behind the other at the end of last lap. However, they came out of the pits in the same order. Ross Booth, as a matter of fact, they're still 1-2. They haven't actually lost positions. Ross Booth continues to lead in the 191 GT car. Simon Graf continues to race in second. Now, the one counter-argument I will make, Assign, is that the number 14, even though they're going to get a penalty and probably lose a few positions, they won their battle to keep the 64 2 laps down, which of course was, it could be significant if the cautions fall the right way later on. And we mentioned Durton Williams was mic'd up ready for interview, then stepped away. Well, he's back, so let's bring him in. Durton, do you have a copy?
How are we?
We're doing all right. We can imagine you're not too thrilled, though, right now. We've actually been arguing between ourselves about all these penalties, but we would love to hear, in as clean words as possible, your opinion.
How would I say it? We're fighting for the championship. It's as simple as that. We're fighting for the championship with these guys. And once we got in front and got out of the draft, we pulled gap. It's just as simple to me, as simple as that. And the biggest thing, when we're in cautions, we can't unlap ourselves. So we've got to do it in racing time. We can't do it under a caution. So, at the end of the day, we've passed them and we've been given a drive-through for it. It is what it is. We've got damage. We're a bit slower down the straights. But once we got out of there, away from them enough for the draft, we've pulled a gap on them. But it's been served now. They've got a drive-through as well for having that crash with the GT3, so it kind of cancels it out in a sense. But it's a bit frustrating, but it is what it is. We've just got to put our heads down now and just keep on pushing. Alex is doing a ridiculously good job for the damage that we've got. So
I'm going to say, you haven't had the chance to test out this damage yet. No one has. Alex has been behind the wheel the whole time. I know this race has kind of been looking clean. It looks like if you are going to go get those laps back, it's difficult. That being said, you've still got over half a race to go, so you're going to try and keep pushing and get back on this lead lap?
Yeah, well, in all honesty, if we got the drive-through and it would have been virtually impossible to do anything. But them having a drive-through as well, if they don't appeal it and they're successful, it just cancels it out. We've got a chance now. If a caution comes out, we're one lap down. If we can get in front of them, there's another caution, we'll be right behind them. So that's our main goal currently, and that's all we can do. It's at the end of the day, we've had an incident, we've had damage, but we're just going to put our heads down and do the best we can. That's all we can do.
And what did Alex have to say about the incident, that turn, the first incident that took you out of a lead? It seems that turn has been tripping a few people up today.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, because I woke up about an hour through the race and I woke up to the Discord message that we've had an incident. But it's just that corner. He popped it onto the curb on the inside and it's pushed him wide. And once he got onto the outside curb, it's just picked the wheels up and it's just spun. So Yeah, it is what it is. But he's so quick. Even with damage, we're pulling away from the leader. Like that's, at the end of the day, we can possibly recover this. So we're not going to think about it now. We're just going to try and recover.
All right, Justin, OC, anything you'd like to say before we let Ayrton get back to his team? Yeah, I'll take that as a no. Ayrton, thanks for coming to talk to us, and we wish you the best of luck in the second half of the race.
No problem. Have a good day, guys.
That was Ayrton Williams. And Justin, what did you think about that?
I mean, I understand the frustration since you are battling for a championship. But there's also the argument where you've seen how long the battling was. So eventually there's a mean, there has to be a means. And it seemed like it would, at least from my perspective, it seemed to be where it went a really bit more aggressive than I think it should have been at times with back and forth. I can see that's where the frustration is if you're the 14th camp.
OC, final thoughts?
I think all said and done now. It's obviously a dramatic situation. It's a situation that we could go back and forth with, and I'm sure there will be discussions between the drivers and the officials and whatever else that's going on in the paddock after the race, perhaps even during the race. But I think now all parties are best served to leave it behind them and focus on the task at hand. The 14 is now 4th overall in this race behind their teammates and 14 seconds back on the race lead. Meanwhile, the 64 is 2 laps back. So both they went to battle and they both came out as losers on that battle, so to speak, in their own way. It was kind of a Pyrrhic victory for the 14 in the sense that they were able to push the 64 back, but a Pyrrhic victory it is because it's a victory attained, but not really feeling like a victory. It's the cost of the victory was unacceptable for them, and in terms of their overall race performance, not exactly what they wanted.
And the 14 actually just got up into 3rd position. The 024 let them by down the Ullman Straight, saw them coming up behind. And the 14 weaving his tyres a bit, don't know what all that's about. I will say, I didn't have a heart to tell Ayrton this, but Ayrton was saying, hey, the 14 got a drive through too, so we're back only 1 lap down. No, they're not. They are still 2 laps down, because of course, even though they're ahead of a 14, the 9 and the 13 cars are ahead of a 64, so they are still 2 laps down.
Did they forget there were more than that one car on the lead lap? That's the only thing I can think of in terms of just the situation itself. I can understand the stretch deletion in that situation, though. But go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just thinking out loud, more or less. It's I think it was a narrow point of view in that they were battling the 14th, maybe thinking the gap was bigger than it really was. But the 64 is actually not too far back from Mo Islam and Frank Smith, which is what I was about to say. And I wonder if this one goes a little bit more swimmingly than last time around.
Yeah, well, now, I mean, but a precedence has been set, if these two really wanted, they could race the 64 hard and try and get him another penalty. Or, of course, like you say, that they might be, that they're not racing the 64 for the championship, unlike a 14 is. Maybe they're a little bit more willing to just say, hey, just go. We don't want any part of this.
I'm going to say this, though. If you're Mo Islam and you've already lost 2.3 seconds on this strategy window, you don't want to lose any more trying to battle in the first place, right? So if it gets to that spot, that's where it can really get spicy here. Mo Islam, I'm not sure, though, what's going on with this pace. He's gone from having a solid gap to the apex missers are outperforming them on their pace in the apexes by a couple tenths per lap right now. Very punny, yes, but it was 7 tenths last time by.
And lapping the 223 car here, we've seen him fighting for podium positions. Is still in 3rd place podium position, just few seconds down the road from the two class leaders. Still in the race. Again, over half a race still to go, so anyone on the lead lap in either class is pretty much still in the race, OC. Oh, battle here.
Yep, and I was about to mention just there's a good battle between Daniel Zenner, who just got by Brandon Hageman. It is Torque Sim Sport versus BRT Heimdall, and BRT Heimdall having to concede that position as the fellow Ferrari gets by. So a little bit of a battle between those guys, and probably something interesting to follow. Although to me it looks like Zenner is now able to get away as things have formed, as he has indeed made that pass. Next car ahead is Kevin Ayers in that CMSRacing.com endurance team. A couple of seconds ahead of them in the distance with that Lamborghini. So it's heating up in the mid-pack too. Just a brief reminder that in this race, for viewers too, that in this race we got more cars than the 14 and the 64.
Yeah, but the 64 has just passed the 13, so I'm going to talk about him again. He has worked his... If he was on the lead lap, he'd be running second right now. So, of course, I'm sure he wants to pull away from 13 as quickly as possible so that it doesn't get protested for ignoring blue flags again.
Yeah, at this point, I think... Wondering if Mo is more so thinking more some big term strategy or big game strategy, knowing the pace difference with Satellite, knowing their pace is falling off a cliff. Why not just again save as much as they can, try and keep up, hearing a little bit more of some of the clutch blipping a little bit possibly too.
Yeah, and one more point about that, you can also tuck in behind the 64, you know, not only saving yourself a bit of time by not battling them, but also getting at least a bit of the draft for as long as they are able to hang behind the 64 and allow the 64 to start catching up to the 9 as well. Because if the 9 starts to battle, I mean, we got a saying in Finland that a dealing between two is a reward for the third. Which is to say that whenever two people battle, it's usually the third party that benefits from it, especially in racing. So in here, the 13 can absolutely benefit in case there are any shenanigans between the 64 and the 9. And even if there aren't any shenanigans, then at least this tow and allowing Alex Gal to tow him around the racetrack for a couple of laps will help him mitigate any losses that would otherwise appear in this lack of pace. So yeah, Mo is able to now follow Alex around, able to benefit from this situation at least a little bit. All in all, a smart game plan.
You know, the crazy thing about all this too, Alex Gall is absolutely fine now. After that, he just set one of his better laps in a while where he was just a 10th off the race leader. So the Satellite Racing red car is driving with the red mist, but in a way where it's making them want to just float around the racetrack, go as fast as possible, and cream the competition, get the lap back. They've nearly unlapped themselves after the drive-through, where they've had to make up 22 seconds.
You can kind of see what you were talking about earlier, that they're far ahead of a 14 car now. If they had just stayed behind them and, you know, gotten the lap in the pits or something. But, well, what's done is done. There's still over half a race to go. Now, obviously, I'm sure the last thing the 64 team wants to see now is a full course yellow before they're able to unlap themselves. And what they would love to see is a full course yellow right after they're able to unlap themselves. But right now, also having to work their way around some GT traffic out here. 4.5 hours left to go, so let's not forget there's points up for grabs in half an hour where Satellite Racing's not going to be getting any of those. Even if they did come back, I doubt it's happening in the next half hour, so that will be a small victory for the 14 car in 30 minutes. Drive-through penalty for causing a collision to the 217. The 217 is a Precision Racing GT car running a bit further down the field. I didn't see that incident on screen.
Apparently it's an unsafe rejoin as part of that filing, if I just understood right. So that would be with one of the quality control cars a while back. A good while back, actually, because it was at the 3 hour and 23 minute mark, they're saying. So that is going to hurt a little bit for the Precision Racing Esports machine.
try and get a replay of that up here, potentially. And let's see, well, it doesn't look like an unsafe rejoin here, unless it was coming out of the pits, potentially.
So,
Yeah, play Benny Hill music here.
Car being protested is indeed one of the GTs. Precision Racing Esports, of course, has a lot of experience as a respective organization with the league scene, with the esports team. Probably Holly at the time behind the wheel. And welcome back from the pits. I don't know if it was this year. Maybe that wasn't that one. But it did require at least one car to slam on the brake.
Yeah, it did. That 105 car was multiple laps down from a big incident quite early on in the race. So, I mean, they would have really had to have worked them to warrant that penalty. Maybe they just thought because they were multiple laps down that they were going to give them that position. We're about halfway through the fuel stints, and I think that's all we need to see of that replay. We're coming back to live action as into the pits to serve that drive-through comes the 217. OC.
Yeah, and it might have been that thing where the penalty came from, unsafe return from the pits onto the racetrack. All it highlights really to me is that they really need to do something to the pit exit here at Sebring, but they haven't done it in the last 50 years, so why would they do it in the next 50? But it's still, it is a treacherous place. Like, when you exit the pits, it's really difficult to see where the car is coming from. There is such a speed difference. You're accelerating on the very outside in this wide part of the racetrack, and on one hand you have to accelerate, on the other hand you kind of have to give enough room to the drivers who are actually out there on the racetrack. At the same time, if you slow down too much, you're not able to get back up to racing speed before rejoining. So it's a difficult place, it's a difficult situation. It's a bit of a harsh penalty to me, I'll be honest with you. Very difficult for a driver coming out of the pit lane to see that properly. At the same time, it is a dangerous situation.
I don't think it's from that. Once again, it's involving one of the prototypes, and we didn't see a prototype at the pit exit, right? So that's the major
I was
difference.
thinking it's a bit harsh.
Although there is possibly a second grouping in that, so we'll have to see again how that plays out. I will say, and they said it themselves, quality control car got very lucky and kept it clean, and instant penalty confirmed. Broadway Holly drive-through penalty.
Oh, was he serving a stop a moment ago then? Because I thought we saw him coming into the pits, so I don't know if that was the drive-through or not.
I think they didn't. I don't think he realizes that here's the thing I've noticed, the trend on how it's done in the penalties. Drivers are being told by race control over the text chat the penalty. And then about a lap or two later, they get the sim penalty. I think Broadway Holly may have served the penalty before he got the actual in-sim penalty.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll let him get away with that. Hey, one thing I've learned in the past few laps that probably a lot of people already knew? Frank Smits is fast. I mean, we saw him taking a lead from Mo Islam a little moment ago, and Mo Islam has run a decent laps out there himself, but he's pulled up about 6 seconds on him already.
I've been really impressed, actually. Because, again, the team, I think, is more so to be more ironic than anything else. That car has shown speed throughout the season. We've seen an MTEC competition. It's been in some circumstances, though, they've been involved in a lot of the attrition, and that's been a major difference mark. And it should be worth noting that one of his better races in the special event scene I'm looking through, he finished in some of the special events, such as the 12-hour Sebring at this racetrack, inside the top 5 of the past. He's done very well at tracks with high speed, in top split competition, mind you, depending on his hour split. So he is somebody that can put some good speed down on the racetrack for somebody that, mind you, has been on the sim for just about not even 3 years yet.
OC, have you had a chance to race against Frank Smits in the past, or watched him race?
He's been here for past 3 years, so no, I've been retired for past 5, but it's... no, it's... he looks to be pretty quick, and mentioning about, it's a curious point you mentioned, Justin, bring up about Sebring as a racetrack and fast racetrack in general. Sebring to me belongs, and I know it's weird to think about it this way, but it belongs in the same group as Bathurst, like Mount Panorama does, and Nordschleife, Nürburgring combined circuit, or Nordschleife alone does, in that it's a bit of a specialist circuit. Sebring is seen more often in races, and it's a more conventional circuit than either of those two. But it has its specialties. It has a certain kind of flow to it that you don't really find in other places. And despite it looking like a pretty normal racetrack on a track map, you got this concrete main straight area that you're looking at right now, exit of the Sunset Bend and the first corner, really bumpy. But also in the midfield section, you got many places where you really have to shoot for the gap. You got really narrow corners that are really dependent on the line. You have to really get the flow going. I love Sebring to death, but I remember learning it was a nightmare. And it's the kind of track which rewards confidence so much more than anything else. Even more so than Nürburgring, I would say. Because at Sebring, if you are confident, the lap is so much shorter, and you got so many more corners you got many corners per lap that reward confidence. You got like Tower, you got the Cunningham section, you got the Le Mans section, you got of course Sunset Bend in the first corner. If you're able to get the car set up right, if you're feeling good about your driving, and if you're feeling confident, then you can really make some magic here happen. And I think that's what's happening here with Frank Smeets, is that he's feeling comfortable in that race car. He's able to be confident in his own driving, and as a result of that, we're seeing great results.
I want to echo what you said, and I would love it if we could pick up a car somewhere in around Cunningham or over by Big Bend and ride on board with them for a few turns, because I want to echo what OC said there. Right now we got this nice little battle on screen, so maybe we'll stick with this for a minute and go on board next lap. But this is the battle, by the way, for had it up here a moment ago. Here we are. This is a battle for 6th position you see on the screen between the BRT Loki. Okay, so here we are. Here we on board. Now these first few turns, you were talking, OC, about how tricky this track is to learn. First few turns are okay. Turn 1 is quite famous, and then turn 3 and turn 5 here, I think that's their names, do get a little bit confusing. They do look a little bit similar to each other. Now you open up here on Big Bend, obviously not really much of a turn here in these high downforce prototype cars. And then Big Bend is a hairpin. But now you get into a part of a track that is really difficult to learn, because when you first come to this track, when you first learn in this circuit, I feel that Cunningham and Tower look almost identical to each other, and it's hard to remind myself of the differences between them. Now that I've done a few races here, I can tell the difference, but when you first come here, it's like, oh, this is, what's this turn up here? This is kind of like that turn I just did. And then you'll notice once we exit Tower, the walls disappear. It really becomes an open field, and it's hard to know exactly where you're going. You have to know where the curves are. You have to know where the apexes are. Otherwise, you're kind of just driving blindly because it's so flat and open.
Yep, and if we look at on board here, exiting the Le Mans complex is one of the difficult places to do, because you got a fast right, left, right. And what you see Pasakinskas do there is cut the curb a little bit. We've seen a lot of drivers do that, because when you turn the first right of that complex, when you turn into that corner, you can hook your inside tires with certain cars, as he's coming to the pit lane, hook your inside tires with certain cars inside that curb and allow it to turn your car just a little bit. And as a result of that, you can brake a little bit late at that corner. I remember doing that with the old Corvette DP, not quite the Riley, but the Corvette DP Daytona prototype. I remember doing that at, I think it was 2016 or 2017, 12 hours of Sebring here with Glacier Racing, and it was one of the things I discovered about this racetrack, and that's when I really learned to also love this racetrack. there's so many neat little tricks, like at the exit of the tower corner. Tower especially, you got that high inside curb. And you got that, and you really have to avoid it. At the same time, the corner is kind of, if this was rallying, I would have a tightens as the pace node, because it tightens up towards the end, it really falls away from you, and it's got a really narrow exit curve, and if you overshoot that curve, you're gonna hit sand. It's not even grass, it's gonna be sand, and that's really, really sucky. And not only does it suck to hit that sand, it kills your speed a little bit, but also it affects you for a long while, because you've got that fast, wide open section, which we mentioned earlier. And Justin, I just wanna shoot it straight to you for this one. We're looking at the 79, and we're looking at the 079 for a good reason.
Yeah, just over the radio. Remember that incident we talked about that we seen Bradley Howie serve a penalty for the Sparko on an unsafe rejoin? Apparently, the Quality Control Racing 079 just now, Samuel, a 3-lap stop and hold for the unsafe rejoin.
Wow! That's like taking the lash and then just slapping it across, not even giving it's not a slap on the wrist, it's not a little bit of a boop to the cheek or something, it's just taking you straight to the lashes. Wow. That's harsh.
Yeah, and we did just see the 079 in the pits. Now, that was for a scheduled pit stop. You'll notice a lot of LMP2s have been coming in. Again, we haven't... I don't think we've seen the penalty officially handed down, so they might not necessarily come in this time. But yeah, that would put them behind the number 64 Satellite Racing red machine. You notice I don't say both Satellite racing machines. The 67 has parked it for the day. The 64 still has a remote chance of being able to get a lap or two back. Looks like 67 doesn't have such a good chance.
Well, this entire span of the past 2 hours has been intriguing, to say the very least, with some of the attrition points. More so in terms of self-mistakes and getting penalties in turn, more than actual crashes, and that's been a crazy difference compared to what we usually may see for a race like this.
And we got our race leader pitting. We got Frank Smith on the pit lane in the Apex Missiles cars, and can I just mention, what a stint, Sam. What a stint he pulled.
And he's only been in that car one stint, so he's probably staying in it, going out there again. Obviously, that number 9 car, who's leading, was leading overall before he came in for his scheduled stop, and now we see him on screen here, is probably hoping we don't have another full course yellow anytime soon, because now he can continue to open up that lead with the pace he's running, putting in a lot of fuel, taking tyres as well, so I think this is a lengthier stop, but hey, if he's going to keep running lap times like that, might as well take a lengthy stop and make sure the car's up to full SOM. No traffic around here, so no unsafe re-entry there, Justin.
Yep, a bit better in terms of spacing for the pit exit. Keep in mind when it comes to Sebring, it's just where the line is per se for that safe pit exit that blends towards the heart of the track like that and make it a little bit tricky like we've seen. So you just have to be, again, aware of that scenario, but more so, can't just say to a driver on the devil advocate side is, you can't just say to yourself, oh, there's a car coming. I'm not going to go back to the racetrack. I'll just wait for the next gap. I'll give up 5-6 seconds. No! It's not a traffic light.
Yeah, 3-lap stop and hold is definitely something unique, and number 9 able to work his way through some GT traffic there. What are your thoughts as we approach the halfway point of this race here, OC?
Well, it's been an intriguing last couple of hours that I've been able to watch. Certainly didn't expect quite like this, starting behind the pace car when I jumped into the booth. Coming hot in from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, actually. And then jumping into the booth, and we see the drama with the penalties. We see a lot of interesting little storylines. It's been a good endurance race. And honestly, it's been mostly clean as well. We've been talking about all the drama. We've been talking about it because there hasn't been really that much else in terms of crashing, in terms of difficult situations that has went down. So that one gave us a lot of meat to talk about, and it had enough subplots to keep us going. But it's been a clean race, remarkably so, and we've seen great quality in these drivers, the way they've been able to control their cars, control the race, each finding their own rhythm and really feeling happy about themselves. As we're watching Michael Morlow now, the 223 that is sitting in final podium position of the GD class at the moment, sitting actually only 1 second behind Stefan Graf. So that's not too far back at all. And that might provide us, Simon Graf, sorry, not Stefan Graf. And Simon might provide an interesting battle partner for him. One more thing, I know I bang on about paint jobs in just about every broadcast I'm in. I just love paint jobs. I love a good paint job in a car. I do like that Windturn Sim Racing Australian team paint job. It's unique. At the same time, it really stands out and it really works. Not a fan of the Ferrari font on the twin turn, though, especially as they're driving a Porsche. I will say this.
We definitely had our fair share of incidents during the first 2 hours, with both of the satellite racing LMP2 cars crashing out, and then it seems these most recent 2 hours have been stories about penalties for the number 14 car, for the number 64 car, and a couple other penalties as well, that 3-lap stop and hold. But again, still half this race left to go. Who knows what can happen, because we still have a lot of cars on the lead lap in both classes. Again, we don't know how many more cautions, if any, are still set to come, or when they'll come. But what we do know is we've got a lot of unpredictability over in LMP2. We've had 3 or 4 different leaders at times during this race. And over in GT3s, it seems to be the same 3 drivers up front, the 191, the 107 and the 223, but they keep shuffling up the order there, Justin.
I mean, when it comes as well in turn, it also helps it for some when there's a lot of attrition popping up today. Move up the pylon. How about one of the drivers who was running inside the top 8 much of the day, slam into the barrier? That's enough to break the Ferrari. They already had damage, mind you, for Torque Sim Sport. That's their entry by 8shirts.de. And just a little bit too much curb speed and sand at the same time, and that is enough to destroy your engine.
Yep, that's the difficulty of the Tawa corner. Talking about it earlier, difficult places at Sebring racetrack, that's certainly one of them. Hitting the apex very nicely, just a little bit too shallow of line. Yeah, go
Michael Bott, I think actually Mitchell Bott should say, just received that drive-through penalty for 3 lap stop and hold. He just slammed on the brakes, guys, and pulled out of the racetrack.
Wow.
Not too happy.
Yeah, watch. Because I just noticed this, he had just gotten the penalty from the race control. He mentioned the in-sim penalty. Second he gets it, looks, nope, bye-bye.
A lot of rear
Not very
brakes
mature.
built into that thing.
I mean, it's 3 laps.
Yeah, but you have to be able to handle the situation a little bit better than that.
I agree with.
Yeah, as a former driver myself, somebody who's done a bit of driving, like I know the frustrations that can get you behind the wheel of a race car. At the same time, it's just not something you really wanna see. Let's focus instead of on Tiskman, because he's Nate Bruselski, and he's in the 14 that was penalized earlier. They didn't pull out of the racetrack, granted. They had a little bit more at stake and a little bit lesser of a penalty. Instead, they are now fighting with number 13.
Great recovery. Really from Nate from the earlier penalty. The contact. Still able to keep it rolling. Still able to keep the momentum forward. Now, I don't know if they've got the pace Frank Smits has right now, to be honest, with how things are playing out. But they've got at least second place pace, to give him that credit.
I think as long as you're keeping yourself in contention at this point of a race. Of course, there is an incentive for the 14 to get this pass done quickly, needs to get done in the next 10 minutes to get some extra bonus points at the halfway point.
Yeah, that's a huge thing as well for the point side of things for the halfway mark of the race. So he, again, taking big picture, big picture, big picture. And that's, again, a huge part of keeping as cool and calm and collected as you can at this point, because it's been a race where, well, you've already seen it where enough slip-ups, and you're likely going to see yourself in a bit of trouble here, to say the very least. You need to be smart with your passes. And so far, we've seen how things have gone with Blue Chew. Knowing they've already done this window, though, it's the question, do they save a little bit and then make the pass, or do they just go?
Again, I think they need those bonus points. They're racing for a championship here. They'll want to do it clean. Obviously, they have the advantage in it. Oh, boy. I was thinking about maybe doing it in turn 1 there. That's not advisable. Not that late into the corner, anyhow. Got some GT traffic. Is that going to be able to help them out? Got to be careful. The hairpin is a passing opportunity if they can get a good run out of a corner here. Maybe draft their way through Big Bend. Tucked up right on the tail. There is a passing opportunity if they go down on the inside into the hairpin. It's lined up, has a slipstream going through. Is this second place for the number 14? It's not going to be given to them. And it's still going to be side by side. OC down to Cunningham.
Yeah, it is, and really great job by Nate Grusalski to widen the exit out of turn 5, and as a result of that, get a better exit through the big bend and get a better speed as well. He's still on the inside, and they're still going to hold it side by side. A little bit of contact between them, just tiny bit of a brush, and I think they're going to have to take it single file through here. Actually, the 14 is going to risk it into Tower Corner, and good heads-up driving by the 212, able to notice the prototypes behind him and give them a lot of room, because that's not an easy place to let a car by at all. And so that's the 14 and the 13 now swapping positions. Nate Grusalski taking the second place away, and Dominic Dernburg now momentarily at least relegated onto the last place on the podium, going a little bit wide, heading into the back straight as well. Now, I want to poke your brain about this, Justin. Just a little bit of a gentle brush to that smooth brain of yours.
What?
Joking. No. Just rearranging those wrinkles, perhaps. Who do you think is going to win the prototype class here?
Who do I think is going to become the winner in this class?
Yeah, overall race.
That is actually one of the harder questions to me. I think Apex Misters has the pace right now with how things are going. Long-term wise, depending on the cautions, I wouldn't be surprised if Blue Chew back towards the front. But it more so, I think it depends long-term how Apex Misters plays things out as a team right now. And that's the key word, as a team. If and when they do a swap, that's going to be a major part of this discussion point, I think. Also making sure you don't have that happen where you nearly had contact around you and behind you. I think I like Frank's pace.
The 64 did not want that GT car in front of him. You know what's fun about this? So obviously what we're seeing here is the 9 car, the race leader, the 64 car trying to get back to being only 1 lap down again. Hopefully this time without getting a black flag for ignoring blue flags. Of course they want to do that before the yellow flag flies, if that all makes sense. So that when they come to the cross flags, maybe they get extra points and then hopefully better positioning for the checkered flag as well. But the other thing that's great about this little battle here between the car in first and ninth is this is now what the 14 is running down. The 14 Blue Chew car is back up to second in class. He's going to want to run down this race leader. So will it come to... will it happen again where we see the 14 and the 64 on track together again? And by the way, as all this is going on, those prototype leaders are working their way through the GT leaders who are kind of just staying out the way of them. So we'll see what Nate Gruchalski can do. But let's give one last shout out before we go, before we make our shift change here at the top of the hour for our next broadcast crew, to Alex Gow, the driver of that number 64 car, because whether or not you're on their side in this championship battle, or on the side of the arguments. He has been behind the wheel of that 64 car for the entire 4 hours. You can see it's been beaten up, it's got bruises all over it, and he has been racing the wheels off that thing. Can the team keep it up for another 4 hours? Will they get a lap or two back? I guess we'll have to wait and find out. Obviously, that it does look like things are on the favour in the 14 in the championship fight. But I just wanted to give him one last shout out before we shift things over here. Justin?
Yeah, we'll say since then he's kind of, once that field did not go their direction, he's kind of taken the right way, I think Ozzy might say, where he said, you know what, take the drive-through. I'm just going to show how I feel by outpacing everybody on the racetrack. Not going to be aggressive with it, just outpace them. And guess what? He's outpacing just about everybody in this field now.
He's absolutely doing that, and that's been great to see Alex Gall giving this performance. I think he's, after 4 hours of driving, man, you gotta be black and blue, but then again, that's also the flags he's received throughout the day, so he'll be familiar with it.
This is a battle for position we've picked up on screen, and one car missing its hood. Or is that just paint?
I think it's the paint.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually, yeah. Be going very fast for a car that's not missing its hood.
Yeah, well, to answer the question, oh my goodness, Ryan Sharp is very lucky he didn't hit any more grass than that. Not recommended motorsport, taking some not recommended lines right now, but for the most part, they have been pretty quietly, solidly in this spot for a while as a result of some of the attrition. Decent battle for the top 5 overall in this car.
We're coming up to the halfway point of this race again. Points will be handed out. Looks like the number 9 Apex Missers will get the most amount of points on the LMP2 side of things, and the 191 composite performance machine with Ross Booth currently behind the wheel will pick up a maximum amount of points in GT. Although we should keep an eye on the GT field because they are closing in on a scheduled pit stop. It'll probably happen the other side of the top of the hour though. They've got a few more laps before they're all going to have to come in.
Based on the projections, 22 to 25 laps, some drivers up to 26. Looking solid to be able to make sure you're on the track, then get the points scored. So we'll have to see, one is they don't make any major mistakes. Get points, smile, take the stop.
So what you got here right now is almost halfway point of this race. And what you got here right now is a race that can go in so many different ways. Mentioned earlier, the reason I wanted to particularly pick your brain about this, Justin, is that you've been watching this LMP battle that we were talking about, and I've been watching it too, and it's really hard to pick a single car that is over the others, because the 64 has the pace, but they may not necessarily have the time nor the condition to actually battle for the win, because they still need to get 2 laps back. Now, if we get a caution at the right time, if we get a safety car, then yes, but we're at halfway point, so it might get a little bit tight in that regard. The 9 is looking hot right now, but the 14 and 13 were a little bit better at earlier portion of the race. So it's really hard to say, and it's going to be really fascinating to watch towards the end. And I will say the GT3 battle is not over either, even if there has been a little bit of a gap starting to form between the two. And yeah, it's just super exciting. I'm super excited on how the rest of the race is going to go. I know a lot of drivers, a lot of teams are excited not only for the championship, but also just watching these events unfold. And I know we'll get a lot more drama yet Whether it's the good kind or the bad kind of drama, that remains to be seen, but I'm sure there will be drama because one thing I know about Sebring International Raceway is that it does not take prisoners.
Well,
Hello.
it just took one right there.
Yeah. Spat him out. Wow, Ryan Sharp, not recommend motorsport again. Not recommending, I would not recommend spinning in turn number 1. That's certainly not something you want to do, but he's able to get back going and able to get back on track as well. And they are currently sitting in 6th place. Yeah, go on.
Sorry to cut you off, I see the 64 is right on the tail of a 9 now. They're trying to get that lap back. We've been keeping an eye on these two for a little while. He's there. So what's going to happen this time around?
Right as we just passed the halfway point on the clock too here. So this could get pretty busy. Frank Smith's, of course, up at the front, 12 seconds to buffer here. And we see what happened the last time that he tried to lap himself. How does he handle it this time? How does Frank Smith's, rather, respond to it?
There we go, a couple turns before they end up on the back straight where the passing could take place. Again, this is kind of where the circuit opens up. You need to know where the apexes are or else you're kind of just driving into an empty void. He can use a lot of his curb on exit. Okay, the 64 is going to have a run. How badly does he want it? And how much is the 9 going to defend if he tries to make a move? Again, you might see them take different lines through Sunset. That might just be driver preference. 9 actually pulls away a little bit, keeps the 64 2 laps down.
Yeah, and again, it's not so easy to be able to do this move in the first place with the damage. It doesn't help that you just scraped the wall a little bit there. But the thing too is, you don't want to impede the leader. You don't want to end up getting to a wrestling match again. You don't want to end up getting it to where you can put yourself up for grabs again, or a potential protest. So there's so much you have to consider. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if he just rides along and then plays it more on the safe side, knowing what happened the last time.
All right, now he hasn't made a move yet. But again, like you say, he could just be sitting back there thinking, okay, maybe I'll play a bit more of a strategy game this time, try and be more patient. But these last 4 hours might go by in a bit of a hurry. And again, there's no guarantees of any more cautions. And I feel that even if it was a caution, he would want to be... He'd want to be in front as soon as possible. Okay, so if it was a caution, he'd be able to 4-4-3 wave around. Wouldn't you think so, OC?
I absolutely agree. And you can see how Alex is right now just putting the pressure on, going a little bit too wide actually on the entry of the corner there, and that's where you see the dirty air coming into an effect, coming into the back straight where the 64 is really having to fight that turbulent air, really having to wrestle that car into the corner. But other than that, he's been doing a good job of catching up to Frank Smith. Now let's see if he can put the stamp on it. He can pass Frank Smith. But yeah, there's a lot of storylines that we need to talk about and we need to focus on when it comes to this battle, because it's not as straightforward as a simple battle on track. We've seen that earlier today with the 14 and the 64. Nicholas Gowin doing a good job of just letting them go by in the 208. Once again, great heads-up driving by one of the GDAM fast drivers in that GD3, allowing these two to go unimpeded. But I think right now, Sam, it's time for us to step aside.
Yep, we are going to take a quick break here on GSRC. We'll be back in a few minutes with a new commentary team. GT stops will be starting shortly, so we're sure the 191 Composite Performance, 107 Torque Sim Sport and the 223 Twin Turn Sim Racing cars might switch around. We're also obviously keeping an eye on this battle for the lead and the car 2 laps down. We hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Stay tuned for the second half of the MTEC finale from here at Sebring.
Welcome, everybody. This is the director speaking. So we are still waiting for the likes of our greatest commentators, Mr. Sperry, to come join us. Still busy with other things. We thought we'd fill you in on the last 4 hours of the racing here. Turbulent time ahead, but we do have two very, very good gentlemen in the booth with me. Michael de Turk and Derek Watson back again after his 2-hour break. Of course, it is going to be a bit of a palaver to discuss things, so we'll kind of gloss over what's been happening over the last little while. First 2 hours, as Michael de Turk kind of put it very succinctly, was a tale of trying to get into good position, and then the next 2 hours were a lot of penalties and people having to sort themselves out. But we're definitely sorted out for the next half of racing here at Sebring International Raceway. De Turk and Watson, what are your thoughts of the racing so far?
Derek, I leave it to you. I'm currently watching the GT3 guys here, just trying to see if the twin-turn sim racing guys can claw back up to the Torque Sim Sport McLaren, which has been entertaining to watch. But I think you had an eye on the LMP2s and what the satellite guys have been doing to try to get back in this race.
Yeah, we were talking, and I was listening as well to Justin and that crew talk towards the end of their stint. This really has been a story of a clean race, and we had some incidents in the first couple of hours, Robert, where we saw both satellite cars suffer some damage, and we saw the 91, the composite 191. Ooh, look at the action wheel there. Suffer a small bit of damage, but overall it's been a very clean race, and that's seen easily by the number of cars on the lead lap. But I break this race down into quarters so far. The first 2 hours, lots of action, lots of beating and banging, some cars that were spun, some cars hit the wall, some repairs needed. These last 2 hours, as Justin Prince and Sam pointed out, is all about penalties. We saw multiple 3-lap penalties for either not respecting blue flags or unsafe rejoins. So overall, a very clean race. Mistakes are massive right now on a scale because there's not been any big equalizer to settle them. And of course, the last thing to talk about is the cautions. We'll get there eventually, Michael, but you said you've been impressed by the GT3s in the past half hour or so.
Yeah, the top three are really, their interval right now is about 3 seconds, but they've really been driving very similar lap times. They're all on very similar pit strategy. They're kind of just churning out those laps. They're in that middle section of the race where you've got a bit of rhythm and you're just, you got your head down and you're just trying to hit your marks and keep going, and hopefully you stretch out that gap. But, even disregarding the possibility of another caution, the top three in GT3, all they need is a little bit of traffic to come or go their way. And, all three of them are going to be tied together by a string.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the main thing is that from my perspective is, well, how do we get into a situation where we're looking at Alex Gala right now on screen, and he's got one very, very sad-looking card. Let's be honest, it has been through a lot. Oh, as he touched the grass. Still chasing down Apex Missers for just essentially to unlap themselves. So if a blue or a full course yellow is sent, can they get back? The ever-tantalizing option of, can we get back? Can we salvage a race? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? And then if someone can, it will be an absolute, I would use an upending of the look they've had so far for the first half.
In a way, it would sort of be an upending of what we also know to be the norm, Robert. A lot of times in endurance racing and iRacing, we think of being laps down as a life sentence, so to speak, or an end point, because not many times do you see a team come back and actually race their way back around the leader. Like, I was really impressed to see that happen during the second 2-hour run when these guys got determined and just raced their way back, in old racing, what we call the old-fashioned way of getting the lap back. Now, you don't need to wave around. I'm just going to go do it. So I'm really impressed by that team and their pace that they're able to get around there. I think now they're a little bit hesitant only because, once you've been bit by that penalty once, the last thing you want to do is find yourself in a spot to have that happen again, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's so discouraging when you really are driving the wheels off the car and you know you've got a damaged car. You're watching it on your relative and you say, you know, this is not representative of the lap that I can do. But you get yourself back up to that point where you've raced your way back and taken that lap back, and then you take a penalty, and it's so deflating, and it really just, you know, sucks the air out of everything at that point. For me, I always need somebody on the radio with me as we see the leader go a little bit wide there, and Alex is really going to claw back up onto the rear of the number 9. It's kind of looking towards the outside of Tower there. But for me, that's always one of those ones where I need, you know, a crew chief or a teammate on the radio saying, it's okay, just put your head down, just push forward, hit your marks.
Yeah, this was a conversation we had earlier in the first couple of hours about how to talk to drivers on an endurance team, and, you know, how to coach them and how to keep them calm. And that's a skill that is valuable if you possess it. Well, I think we are ready to introduce our third amigo.
Absolutely. It is Mr. Jake Sperry. Jake, how are we?
Pleasure, thank you very much. And this is now where the second half of the race gets interesting. Alex Gal searching around, looking to try and find an overtake, but this is going to be a tough second half of the race to get things back on track. 2 laps down, and looking to try and really charge back through the field. You know what, it's the second half of these sorts of races that I think really, Michael, really just opens up what everyone wants. This is where you find the small mistakes seem to elevate slightly as you go about.
Yeah, you get that little bit of fatigue into the drivers. You know, you've been there for a while. The track is heated up. It's really rubbered in at this point. And as we see a huge slide from Alex Gall there, you know, you try to push the car forward, but as that track heats up, it just gets a little bit more slippery as it goes in every section, in braking, in, you know, mid-corner traction, in corner exit traction. And you get that little bit like we see out of the hairpin as well, where you get some dirt on the track. And it's really tough to find your rhythm at this point, especially when you have a damaged car. You can just get one wheel wrong and it just throws you off, and it just kind of cascades from there. So as we were talking about, you know, a minute ago, you really got to keep your head down at this point and just hit your marks.
And speaking of hitting marks here, Derek, you know, you're looking at where you are out there on circuit. I've got my eyes on the 2 quality cars who are nose to tail out there at the moment on track, 6th and 7th, 2nd and 3rd in the championship for LMP AM. And these 2 right now have to work hard, because their target will be the car in 4th position, the 024 Blue Chew Blue. Tristan Teresiano and Gaitis Pasakinskas, who are both there, both trying to get through. They're now having to navigate the traffic, which they've done for these 4 hours already. But when you're in that mix, you've got the teammates. Are they looking at working together, or are they thinking fastest car goes and chases?
I think it depends on the strategy of the team, Jake. In this case, you could almost make an argument that maybe they're going to try to fuel save and help each other. I always feel more nervous when I have a teammate in front of me, because I feel like any mistake you make is amplified, and it's a teammate you bump into, or it's a teammate you hit. I don't like having teammates in front of me. I know that probably sounds weird to a lot of people, but I'd rather not have them there.
Well, some like it, some don't. And I guess it's driver preference when you find yourself in that mix. Through then the Tower corner, heading along the Flying Fortress Straight, which, Michael, might be the greatest name of all straights in the world.
Yeah, you know, it'd be really great to have some B-17s lined up on the edge there, but sadly they're in short supply these days. You know, Derek, for me, when I'm racing with a teammate, and I know this will get a bit of a chuckle from you, I always prefer it when they're behind me.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather that too. This way, if I miss a braking point, I don't hit them or something.
Oh no, it's not a hitting them thing. I just want to be faster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I go back to the battle we were watching for a second ago with the 64 trying to get his lap back? I have a weird thought, and I pose this to you guys. Of course, we talked about how he got the black flag earlier for avoiding or ignoring the blue flags part of me. So this time, is he just trying to pressure the 9 into making a mistake so he can have a big gap? He's showing no signs of wanting to pass here. I'm starting to think he's pressuring the 9, see the 9 will make a mistake all on his own.
Well, this is where it gets interesting, because Alex Gal is a naturally quick sim racer. He is someone that you normally expect near the front of fields, and if he feels like he's got the pace to run around with Frank Schmitz and the Apex Misses number 9, then he's got every right to be there, and he's got every right to be on the back. Now, if the number 9 makes a mistake, that's on the number 9. Because he shouldn't be worrying about who's behind him, even if it's Alex Gal who's 2 laps down in the 64 Satellite Racing red car. So this becomes a race for Frank right now of, I'm not worrying about car 9, I'm worrying about 10 seconds down the road, Blue Chew Black, Nate Grzelski. That's where the worry's supposed to be, and I wouldn't have a worry if I was 3/10 quicker over that last lap.
So if you got snake bit by the penalty earlier for ignoring the blue flags, that would be in your head as you're trying to get around the leader again?
No. I think that you can only race with what's in front of you, and this is the situation that you find yourself in. Yes, you've been bitten by blue flags, but it's dependent on how quick you go, and I think there needs to be a little bit of nuanced help out there for stewarding teams. Know that Alex Gal is a quick racer, knows that he is going to be running equal, if not quicker pace than the number 9 who leads this race, and if they are going to run equal pace and he is going to find his way through, then he should have every right to stay there and not have to sit behind and wait and compromise his race a lap. Because that one lap, you consider, Michael, with the way that these sorts of races go, would you look at that and go, 1 lap's difference, say if a safety car came out for the instant count, that's huge in terms of how Satellite Racing Red conducts their race.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to take into consideration here as well that Satellite Racing Red is 1 lap longer on their stint than Apex Missers. So if Alex can sit in the draft and extend that extra lap so that they pit on the same cycle as Apex Missers as the number 9, then it's possible they jump them in the pit stop if Alex gets into the pits a little bit quicker or has a slightly quicker stop. As we're going to see him coming in right now and just completely negating what I'm talking about.
Well, that's how quickly you can all get this going. Down into the pits then will come Alex Gal, looking for a first stop out there. A look, though, into the GT. This is the Beate Heimdall team, with Elias Roman then driving behind the wheel. I believe that's a Spy X Family livery out there on the side of that car. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that goes moving forward. But 6th position in category, and this is a battle for place then, 15th and 16th. You've got the CMSRacing.com endurance car just in front. Anthony James is the one who's going to have to be trying to play the game right now. And this is where the middle of the pack becomes interesting. 278 versus 286, and they're working hard through Cunningham Corner here, Derek.
Yeah, they are working hard here, and of course everyone wants to do well. Jake, this is the last race of the season. Say it's the grandest stage of them all. Showcasing the immortals, whatever you want to call it. This is the time when you get to shine for the last time for a while in this MTEC series. So these guys are racing hard, and you see there's just looking for every opportunity they can find to make something happen here.
Yeah, they'll be certainly searching. Beate Heimdall come into this 9th in the championship, and the 278 comes into it. Get this, 8th in the championship. So I'd say their pace is even, as there goes the move. Down the inside, through the Le Mans chicane and off the exit, and Elias Roman finds the pass, and quite comfortably, I would say, finds the pass there on Anthony James, but can't quite, I would say, Michael, bring it over. Does at the later stage, opens up the switchback, but it's a lot later on the brakes. You need confidence, especially when you're hitting hour 4.5, to just hit the brakes that late and go, I have the confidence to go and drive as much as you can, as in comes race leader Frank Schmitz to make a pit stop.
Yeah, Jake, it's so easy going into Sunset there when you're trying to make that pass just to get in just a little bit too deep, especially when we're 4 hours into an endurance race, and you can grab the marbles, which just will drag you out into the bumps on the outside there. And Sunset's one of those corners that kind of has a middling line, and you have to drive it down to the bumps on the lower side of the turn, the apex, the right-hand side there. But it's really easy to brake too late trying to get past that guy, grab the marbles, end up on the outside bumps, and suddenly you've just pushed all the way out into the outside wall and just ruined your race. So nicely done there to get it woed up and get it turned into the corner and get through Sunset while getting the pass done.
Driver change for the Apex Missers. It's Martijn Zeyerveld who is now behind the wheel, and for Recycled NRG, it's Garen Batten who's behind it in the 019. 7 laps down, they just leave the pits. Dominic Durnenberg as well, 3rd position in the pits as well for Composite Performance, as Blue Chew Black moved to Nathan Zhu out there in terms of how they race. So Zayeveld back out and away again. It's going to have a few issues off the exit. That's what we like to call an undercut there, Derek, as the Satellite Racing Red team got the extra lap and got themselves ahead thanks to the fresher tyres.
Yep, thanks to the fresher tires. Indeed, these guys are definitely on a mission. As you said, they want to get that extra lap back and be in a good spot if or when the next random caution will come out in this race. Of course, about 3.5 hours left here, and they're hoping for one as soon as they are back to one lap down here. These guys have had an amazing run, an amazing race. I'm just astounded by their determination to keep in it.
Well, an amazing season, you might point on top of that, Michael. One win this season doesn't do them justice for how quick they've been. 4 podiums over the course of the season, 3 fastest laps, 5 pole positions. You just look at it up and down. Satellite Racing Red have been the team that on 1 lap pace has been the fastest prototype out there and the fastest LMP overall. But it's not won on the stopwatch, so to speak. It's won by who crosses the line first at the end of a set amount of time, which they have fallen foul on multiple occasions so far this season.
Yeah, they've certainly racked up some great stats. Unfortunately, that hasn't always, translated into the results they want. It's such a fast group of drivers. I've had the pleasure of racing against at least Alex a few times, and he just has astounding speed. Unfortunately, sometimes the luck just isn't there, whether it be through a certain single race or through a whole season. But they're very, very fast, and you got to give them credit for their determination, and they never give up.
No, they certainly don't, and now they'll be looking to really make something happen out there. Just keeping an eye on Zayeveld's times then, so his lap not counted as he crossed the line, nor 2 for Blue Tube Black, so both of them will get a proper confirmation of lap time the next time that they go through. It's worth talking about just how close some of the points gaps are coming into this final round of the championship. Of course, the LMP2 Pro is just a 3-point difference between Blue Tube Black and Satellite Racing Red, which is effectively whoever finishes ahead of the other wins. It's even closer when you talk LMP2 Pro Am, though, Derek. It's just a 1-point swing out there between Blue Tube Blue and Quality Control Racing 074 as we look at the Blue Tube Blue car with Peter Houston behind the wheel, and this is the sort of drive that they need to continue on. 18 seconds to the good on what they need. If they can keep it like this and their level of consistency, they've been on the podium 5 times this season out of 6 rounds. They want this to go the way that they want it to, which is, quite simply put, hold station, don't let the 2 quality cars get anywhere close.
Yeah, the points battle is even changing throughout the day, Jake, because of course there were points for qualifying, and then there were points at the halfway point of this race, and as well there will be points for each class for the fewest incident points. So a lot has changed in that LMP2 Pro you talked about, because obviously Blue Tube Black is well ahead of Satellite Racing this time. So yeah, the points are changing every lap in those battles. Even on the GT3 side, there's some battles that those points are shrinking. I think it's the 12 team for composite racing. Or pardon me, I think it's the 91 actually, who's just closing that gap ever quickly, and trying to see if they can win a title here as well.
Well, Robert Cast, driving for the Composite Performance 91, the 191 car out there, is going to be looking, though, in the mirrors, because look at who is directly behind them out on circuit. That is Simon Graf in the Torque Sim Sport by Wagner Schweißtechnik machine, which is out there and is really trying to put the hammer down. They didn't get the best qualifying, had to start 25th position on the grid, but they moved themselves up to second in all of the GT machinery, and Robert Cast and the Porsche now being pretty much chased down by the McLaren. And the McLaren isn't the traditional car you'd expect to go well here, Michael. What makes the McLaren an interesting car choice when it comes to Sebring?
I mean, it's got a lot of rotation, Jake, and sometimes when you have a car that really has a nice pointy front end and you can really rotate on the brakes like the McLaren, sometimes the bumps here at Sebring can catch you out a bit, where you get the car spinning on the axis and that mid-engine just kind of brings you around, and when you get back on the power, it doesn't squat and kind of grip and go the way you can force the 911 to sometimes. So, it can be a challenge. The McLaren often requires a gentle touch, while it is sometimes the fastest car out there. So right now we're seeing the Torque SimSport McLaren and the Composite Performance, 911, turning very, very similar lap times. I mean, the past 5-lap average for both teams is separated by 16 thousandths for their last 5 average. So they're really cranking in the laps here, and Torque SimSport is trying to close down that gap, but the Composite Performance 911 is really fighting back, as we're actually seeing them get held up just a little bit here coming up to the hairpin.
That's why they lost 6/10 over that last lap. And Michael, I really do love the juxtaposition between a car that, like the McLaren, has to be driven delicately, and then you realise it spits fire on the brakes.
Yes. You're like, hey, I got to give this a gentle touch. Meanwhile, it's just absolutely belching fire out the back of it. It's a wonderful bit of irony there.
There is a wonderful little bit then, and still a Robert Cast stuck behind Anthony James. Now, James will argue in this situation that he still has a right here, Derek, to be out there and pushing his Lamborghini forward, because he is only within a couple seconds of Elias Roman. He'll argue he's got a chance to go through, and in fact, he's not being very helpful. He'll get even almost pushed out of the way there by the Composite Performance 91 Porsche, because Anthony James there, well, he wasn't quite closing quick enough, and sometimes you have to take the law into your own hands. Robert Cast deciding, you know what, I'll just give you a friendly little nudge to say, hey, come on, I'm leader of category.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to kind of, make yourself known, to say the least. But great job there by Robert to get around safely. A little close, but safe overall. Now, I wanted to touch on something from earlier, if I can, Jake. You mentioned the qualifying for the GT3s. A bunch of them are not allowed to qualify today due to previous, rulings by race control. So the Composite 91 actually qualified first kind of by themselves. There was no one else to contend for them. So they made those 5 points in qualifying when no one else could. So they've had a pretty strong race. They have swapped first and second and third all day long, never dropping below that. So I'm impressed by this team. Ross Booth has maybe been the stronger of the two drivers, but both are doing a great job here.
I think they both are, and I think it's telling that the battles are closing in both categories right now. 1.3 seconds the margin at the front of the field in GT. When it comes to the LMP prototypes here, the LMP2, it is a gap now which is under 5.5, so at 5.5 seconds for the first time in a very long time. And that gap's coming down in chunks of 0.7 of a second. So there you can see the difference making out there. Robert Cast in control, and if you just look backwards there, trying to make a move through the Fangio S's, Michael, there is Simon Graf looking to try and find a way through, and will naturally be able to do so. But look already at how much this track has rubbered in out on this surface. It's not just the fact that the track rubbers in, but there's also the fact that those marbles will be more profound in different areas of the circuit, such as the nature of this track, asphalt to concrete, being a very unique circuit in the world of racing.
Yeah, as we see Robert there just go a little bit wide and kind of run the dirt line on the exit of tower there. But yes, Jake, there's a huge amount of marbles built up offline now. We're a little over 4 hours in, and for Simon Graf to have to go around the outside of that Lamborghini as they came out of the hairpin and headed down towards Cunningham, that's going to make it difficult for him for those few turns, Cunningham through tower, to really get the tires working as he builds up kind of that excess bit of dust and rubber from running offline to make that pass stick.
3 hours, 25 minutes and 57 seconds remaining here for the MTEC finale here at the Sebring International Raceway. We're going to be moving over to part 2 of our Global SimRacing Channel coverage over with us on the Global SimRacing Channel YouTube. So make sure that you jump on in and everybody look to push, because at this moment in time, I believe we have just potentially got ourselves into a full course yellow out there on track. So stay with us for a couple moments and join us over on part 2 of our coverage here on the Global SimRacing Channel for your finale of MTEC.